12 miles below. By Mark Arrows. Chapter 141 to 150. Book 4, Prologue. Omir realized he was dead. They all were. There was no chance of survival. The rest of the expedition were going through their own 5 stages, most still stuck in denial for now. But Omir knew from the moment he saw the ruins. The others would soon reach the same conclusion. They were retainers after all. Dying is a risk they knowingly take every time they step outside the clan home. 3 gods preserve us, his expedition lead whispered at his side, shock fading into horror as he watched. A younger man, full of ambition that won. On the path to promotion again and again. In a way, the old scavenger felt a morbid sense of pity for the boy. He'd worked so hard and now there was nobody left to acknowledge him. What was all his struggle for? Soon he'd be frozen and dead like the rest of them. Even in the sub-zero temperature of the surface, the massive newly made canyon before them still had embers of red at the sides. Glowing twisted shapes melting into themselves, running down like blotchy tears against the fresh-cut walls. He didn't need to be a reacher to realize what that was. Melted metal. Still liquid even in the face of the harsh sky and sun. Quickly growing sluggish now, coagulating back from bright red to dim silver again. The sound earlier had been deafening. The sight itself was something that he'd never forget for however few days his life would last. We've sinned against the gods. Another said behind him, dropping on his knees, still in shock. Then he started screaming out curses. It's all that bastard's fault. I knew his gifts were poison, I said it again and again. Stolen from the heavens and now they've come to take it all back. The clan lord doomed us. Our souls are forfeit. We're doomed, doomed, the gods spit on our graves. The man was growing hysterical already, violent now. A few other scavengers were trying to hold him down before he could hurt anyone or himself. Most of them were still in shock, only moving on reaction and training. Within the ice caverns here, there were a lot of places for someone to bash their suits against. Or if he took a few more steps forward to the entrance, he'd slip and fall down the open cliff. Usually the tech Reacher's maid was resilient, but a scavenger could never be too careful. And the cold was always seeking a way in. Now, if something happened to his suit, there'd be nobody to fix it. We need to make our way back. Another voice shouted, there could be survivors. We have to help them. More hushed that outcry, making it clear the crew was not about to go out and try to pull anything from the wreckage left. Shock was wearing off, and people were now thinking about the future. Omir agreed with them. It was a grim thought, but a real one. Nobody could have survived such a strike. Even the outskirts of the clan colony had warped and deformed against the heat. If the initial heatwave inside those confined halls hadn't killed, the freeze that would pounce on the compromised structures and slide inside to gnaw on the survivors would finish the job. The cold, after all, was always seeking any way in. This was reality. The clan was gone. Wiped out. Even if there had been survivors, it would take half a day to hike through the snow and get back to the colony. By then, there'd be nothing to do except sing for the bodies. All that was left of their colony was the blasted canyon, and deformed structures slipping down the side, the metal cooling off. For the first time in his life, he saw mist out on the surface. Not for long, of course. The previously vaporized snow froze again in midair and began to coat the ground anew, shapes and outlines growing clear as the cloud turned back to ice. At the very center of the canyon, where the most damage had happened, everything was already freezing over again. Even against the power of the gods themselves, the cold did not care, resuming its chokehold on the world as if the prior events had been nothing more than a nuisance. Hylian, my dear, he said with a numb voice. Are you recording this? The girl behind him nodded, started it as soon as I heard the sound, thinking it was some kind of quake. Was too late to catch the light, but I'm recording now. Omir gave a short nod, watching the distant ruins of his home. It looked so close from up high, but the crew all knew the distance was deceiving. He turned to face the girl fully. Now was not the time to break down. He had to act. Point the camera to me, dear. There we go. He took a breath. To whoever is watching this recording, if anyone ever does, my name is Omir, of House Ishnar, in service of Clan Audrias, under the rule of Clan Lord Makan. The crew and I here were Sen. The team lead grabbed Omir by the shoulder, flipping him around face to face. What are you doing, old man? You sound like you're giving our last will and testimony. We're not dead, the gods smite our colony, but we've been spared. Of all people, Omir hadn't expected the lead himself to still be stuck this far in denial. The reality had already reached the rest of the crew. And the boy was smart, he had to have become an expedition lead this early in his career. Even the hysterical one had calmed down and was now curled up in a ball. Retainers were prepared for death at all times, they were trained from birth to be hardy. Expeditions always had a death toll, though simple surveys outings like this one had been considered fairly safe. Of course, nobody expected to die like this. Betrayed by the gods. But someone had to say the obvious out loud. May as well be him. We're stranded, sir. He said, and the small tunnel grew quiet. You saw what happened. We all did. Our home is gone. And all the airspeeders with it. Nearest colony is 4 days, on one of those moving at top speed across the wastes. It would take months, maybe even a year to make it on foot. Even if we had the energy to keep the suits and evotents working across all of that, our gear isn't going to survive the wear and tear, if we don't starve to death on the way there. There's no one coming for us. The gods eliminated everything, and the cold will bury the rest. We're already dead. And nobody out there will ever know what happened to us. The hysterical one started blabbering again. Omir's words must have hit him too close to the heart. It's all the clan lord's fault. The gods punish those who trespass on their domain. Those things he did, it was clearly heresy. I called it when I saw it, but nobody listened to me then. We're doomed men and women, I tell you all, doomed to die and have our souls tortured for eternity. The rant rapidly devolved into obscenities, curses and ramblings. A truly shameful display for a caste that held such pride on not breaking down exactly like this. Omir couldn't completely write off the man's gripes. The clan lord certainly hadn't been popular or much loved, not like his father before him. But the line of succession had been clear, and the old clan lord had no other sons or daughters to contest the claim. Despite the rather disturbing way the old clan lord had died in his sickbed, with his son taking command the very next hour. The lead wasn't as convinced, jabbing a finger at the broken scavenger. Someone shut him up. We're not dead yet. Not until we breath our last. So I'll have none of that talk here. Am I clear? He waited for anyone to argue with him. Silence. I said we weren't dead yet, and I meant it. There's still one thing we can do to survive. You want to travel underground? Omir guessed. The lead answered back with a flick of a hand over his mask, sign for a smile. That would be a yes then. And the machines you'll find there? How do you expect to survive them? Omir asked. I'll take the threat of the machines any day over the inevitability of the freeze. The lead said. One force, we at least have a chance. The other, we can't even punch it. I'll happily choose death fighting a machine than freezing out in the wastes. He straightened up, looking down the ice walls to where their supplies were still littered around. Crew. At attention. Gather up, take what we can, leave everything that's not worthwhile behind. We've got at least 4 days before the suits start running out of power, we find a way down underground from here and we'll have a chance to survive. Get moving or get dying. The words kindled a spark in the morbid ground around him. People began moving around, tossing measuring tools and expedition gear on the ground, while packing up rations and shelter gear. They'd reached these ice caves on foot, so they had come with gear for long-distance travel. They could do this. Omir reckoned they really did have a chance of finding a crack into the underground. Desperation had its own gravity and power. And the boy had talent as a leader. He didn't know if that would be enough to contend against the mythical machines that plagued the underground, but at least they would all die as proper retainers, fighting to the end. And so would he. As the oldest among the surviving crew, it was his duty to give the next generation the best chance forward. He had sworn the vows. He reached out a hand again to a Hylian, turning her around so he faced the camera. I still need to finish this recording. He said to her. It's important. Probably the single most important thing I can do with my life now. We need to leave a message behind. She nodded, lifting the body camera up to catch him completely. Our expedition arrived into these caves on foot. Omir continued, while the rest of the crew was too distracted with packing up. Before we could begin to update the map of the tunnels here, a bright blue pillar of light appeared roughly a half-mile before the colony and moved across it. Wherever the light touched, the ground broke and melted. It moved across the ground and cut the colony in half in a heartbeat. Like a slice of an occult knife on the ground. Most of us didn't see it. Explosions overtook the rest of the colony after. I estimate the beam diameter at a quarter mile from what I saw of the wreckage. Whatever this was, it left nothing alive. Omir continued talking for a few more minutes, giving as much detail as he could as if he were reporting to a superior. Every bit while his mind was fresh and the event seared into his eyes. He couldn't afford to let a single detail escape. Once done, he extended a hand out, and Hylian unclasped the camera, handing it over. She hadn't ended the recording just yet, the red light still twinkling at him. Behind, Omir could hear the leads talk up. Not packing up? Were you deaf? I gave an order. The old scavenger turned to the man, drawing himself up. Respectfully, there is something else I need to do. The man seemed outright confused, so Omir drew the camera out in front. You will likely survive this, sir. But if you do not, if the machines cut your lives short, who will live to sing our song? Someone has to know, to be warned of this. To know what happened to our clan. The young lead had always been a clever one with politics. Omir could see the man's mask tilt down with calculation, before reaching the conclusion. You're not coming with us, are you? He asked. There was no hostility. He'd understood and already adapted. Someone needs to make sure this recording can be found. While you take your chances underground, I'll do the same above. In my own way. You think you can find a way to preserve that recording? Confident enough to pay your life on it? Omir shrugged. Have 4 full days to come up with the best way to do that. It will have to do. You won't make it out of this alive, old man. The lead said. Even if you finish your task in a day, we'll be long gone. You'll be traveling underground alone. I don't plan to go anywhere underground. Omir said, giving the hand sign for a somber smile. I swore a vow and I will honor it today. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after, it will be your turn, in your own way. The lead nodded, returning the typical hand sign. Then he grabbed and shook Omir's shoulder, once. No words were needed. The scavengers in the tunnel quickly packed their last, turned and marched down the tunnel. All of them focused on survival. Hylian was the last to leave, giving him one final hug and farewell. He was alone now. When sacrifice calls, he whispered, turning around to face the white wastes beyond the cave entrance, watching the ruins of his life. There was still work to be done before he could rest. He raised the camera up in his gloved hand. Such a small fragile thing. He'd likely need to scavenge out parts to build some kind of protection for it. Plenty of that around him, the crew were leaving all kinds of tools and unneeded supplies behind. And the clan home now had tons of raw materials, with no one left to yell at him for theft. There were a lot of ways that old tech had been preserved, even after spending centuries untouched on the surface. In his long years as a scavenger, he'd seen every possible manner nature had come up with by sheer chance. Oftentimes it had seemed outright deliberate to him, as if the hand of the gods had nudged all the right things to collapse in all the right ways as to leave the treasures perfectly intact, sometimes looking more like outright art. Now he'd follow the examples by deliberate choice, and leave enough traces for someone to notice. It may take centuries, but his recording will survive. He would make sure of it. A gloved hand reached the camera controls and flicked the instrument off. Book 4, Chapter 1, Another Headache. General Zhang, we have confirmation that the Sword Saint has currently left the civil hub on errands. The voice on the speaker squeaked. She's been spotted at the marketplace. Now's your chance. Zhang sighed deeply. The kind of sigh that came with knowledge of the scrap storm about to blow. The Sword Saint would be deeply unhappy once she found out what he was up to, but the girl wasn't going to do anything worse than see him as a more slippery snake than she already did. In his opinion, she had been far too doting. The old general stood, turning off the calming music and tossing his stack of papers to an aide with a few banal pleasantries about skipping work, while signaling for an escort team to assemble. The administration staff might crack a few jokes at his expense about his allergy to paperwork, but he'd take that blasted paperwork over what he had to do next. He had been avoiding this. Dreading it even. And it had to get done inevitably. The politicians were terrified, for very understandable reasons, and had not so subtly tossed the whole thing down his road. They had a massive unknown hanging out right in the center of their city. It could be a black sheep, a rabid monster hiding under wool, or anything in between. Nobody knew, and it had been standing still for the past week, like a sleeping bear. And now he had to poke it with a stick to see what the fuss was about. The escort was assembled and waiting for him outside. He made sure his armor looked good and had the pins and fabric correctly set up and meticulous for the mission. As in, he made them all look sloppy. Today he had to pass as a tired and careless general, just doing the daily rounds. Ever since Tarath had returned to the city, carried in looking more like a half-broken doll, Kedra and her band of rebels had relaxed the opposition. Tarath was busy both repairing herself and plumbing through the machine archives in order to eliminate logs sent by her deceased mentor. She hadn't been seen outside her sanctum since. On the machine side, straight from her sickbed, Lady Tarath had waived the requirements to join the Chosen along with a general withdrawal of machine forces as a show of good faith to the rebels. The clankers still walked around and owned the city, that part hadn't changed, only that enforcement had been left to the city guards again. They even recovered some of the armor lost in the campaign. That was the good news. Bad news was that the machines were outright skittish. As if all waiting for the other boot to drop on their heads. If there were any time to really escape the city, his instincts screamed out that it was now. His adjutant had drafted out all the logistics issues, deals, and supplies required, along with a neat timetable for when he and his forces could extract at the earliest. One problem, the earliest was not now. The damn consuls had all guessed he'd be trying to weasel away, given they'd done everything to foil his logistics officers from getting the right supplies together. They knew he wouldn't leave without his troops. Bloody infuriating, felt like the universe was conspiring against him, really. A feather that betrayed the machines was something unprecedented and would likely see a retaliation that could shake the continent. Far above anyone's pay grade unless they had immortality or the skills with a blade gifted by the imperial goddess. Of which, he had exactly neither. Bad luck, that. Deep in his thoughts, accompanied by the synced footsteps of the knights surrounding him as escorts, he now found himself before the doorframe of a workshop within the Civic Hub Center. Where the new figure in this whole convoluted story had holed himself inside, a mirror to Lady Tarath's isolation. Identify yourself. A surface knight said, standing guard before the doorway. Zong's personal guards bristled, clearly upset. This is General Zong you speak to, savage. Mind the hand. One said. The others also had their weapons ready to draw. The surface knight wasn't intimidated in the least. Identification. He said, as if he hadn't heard the escorts. Now, gentlemen. Zong said, hands placating to both sides. The surface guests are entitled to their own methods of security, and this knight came with the sword saint herself. I'm sure a bit of respect is earned, right? His guards glared, but slowly let go of their weapon handles. Happy to see the de-escalation, Zong reached into his coat pocket. As it so happens, I have my ID right here. The general wasn't about to be fooled by undersider biases. He knew exactly how dangerous the so-called surface savages were. This one could easily take on 2 to 3 times his number in an open field of combat. His guards would get cut down quite rapidly, even as elites. The surface knight took the card and inspected it, giving it a closer look with his relic helmet. Then he passed it back. You're clear to pass through. The other 2 guards each took a step back, leaving room for Zong to pass. The doorway opened and inside was a brightly lit workshop. It looked almost divided into 2 rooms by sheer occupation. One side was filled with machinery, scraps, and chaos, while the other side was meticulously organized with colorful silks, sewing needles and penciled-out headless portraits with different wardrobes, all filled with curving measurements. The youth he'd been looking for was hunched over a long workbench in the center of the chaos zone, clearly at ease with the dozens of power tools surrounding him. Scruffy, impish look on his face, focused only on soldering some kind of trinket in front of him. Couldn't be older than 25, from Zong's guesses, but the physical tells were making the subject look older. The dark bags under the eyes, dehydration, and lack of sleep. Likely all of them put together. Especially damning were all the empty cups of coffee strewn around the shop. The boy looked outright haunted, twitchy and nervous, all shoved together and squashed into compliance. Like a spring that had been slowly compressed inch by inch over months. This was the surface dweller who Tarath had taken over an entire city just on the off chance he'd come seeking shelter here. Zong coughed politely on his fist. I take it that you must be the Sword Saint's little brother. Keith did not look up from his work. I take it that you must be that general, the big shot in charge here? You've got all the pins for it. Zong looked down at his grid of awards and medals on his shirt. Most looked neglected. Only when I'm caught and forced to do my job. He said. A fellow cultured man. Keith said, smiling. I hope Locke wasn't too uptight with you. He's a little cranky to be serving me right now. Big family feud between his house and mine. The guard was most polite and professional. Zhang said, politely. Figures, he's minion material through and through. Keith said, a little too loud. The surface knight on the other side of the door made no move, though Zhang could feel hostility radiating out. Too bad for the both of us that Anka has ordered him to be my guard dog for now. Buddy. He called out. The guard outside remained frozen, undisturbed. Already a difference from the sister who was far more blunt and direct, Zhang thought. Talking of which, the general hastily said before any kind of altercation could happen. I've heard a lot of things about you here and there from others and your sister. A lie, Kedra had remained tight-lipped about Keith and her escorts had followed her example. There was nobody else that knew who the boy was, only rumors to work with. Hence the complete anomaly that he was. All kinds of nice and innocent stories about me. The boy said, still focused on his work. Something of the sort. As a high-ranking officer of the city, I'm of course open to bribes on keeping said stories to myself. Bottles of the tasteful stuff are preferred currency with me. He turned to his escorts, any of you lot heard anything? His second-in-command shook his head. Didn't hear a thing, General. Was busy daydreaming. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to go back to doing that. Let me know if you are getting stabbed, sir. The rest of the escorts politely did the same, playing along. I can respect a man that knows how to pick his bodyguards. Keith said, putting down the iron and lifting the tiny plate to observe the work. Then he drew it closer to the side of his head as if trying to hear something from it. How tasteful are we talking about here? Used to be picky about that. Not so picky anymore. Zhang said. You can probably take a wild guess why. Paperwork? Keith asked. Family? Or that minor scuffle with our chrome neighbors? The minor scuffle. Which is why I'm here. Zhang said, drawing one of the unoccupied chairs and sitting down on it. It was a reinforced chair, meaning it was safe for soldiers in armor to sit down on without breaking it. Not usually seen in workshops, but Keith never took off his armor as far as his intel reported. Looking for some more answers while I'm doing my rounds around here. Sometimes talking to folks face to face gives me more insight than through reports. Also cuts down on how much I have to read. Keith hummed, turning back to his work. Color me surprised. I was almost certain you'd come here to try and kidnap either me or my stuff, given you showed up exactly when my sister isn't watching over me and with 4 knights in tow. Odd coincidence that. The little bugger was smarter than he gave him credit for, albeit a little paranoid. His attempts to look casual had clearly been seen through, only going way above the belt. Zhang looked behind him at the 4 escorts he came with. I don't have a death wish, kid. Besides, the other bodyguards that came with your sister all can move as fast as she can, which includes your door guard. Obvious guess to me is that you can too. 4 knights and I don't stand much of a chance against the 2 of you. Plus, if I won by some miracle, I'd need to deal with logistics and finding a good place to hide you and all that. He waved his hands with the words. Pain in my ass that would be. No, kidnapping isn't on the table. I'm just here to ask questions and get some confirmation on a checklist of items. The boy was in armor, minus his helmet that lay on the side of a bench. Zhang considered that odd. The helmet's internal vision and HUD would likely give Keith a lot more instructions and tips on what he worked with. So what kind of questions are we talking about here? He asked, grabbing a sturdy length of steel and inspecting it. Mind you, I don't kiss and tell. Mostly I want to know what monsters are currently in my city eating at the table. Your sister has told us next to nothing about you, other than to expect another delegation of surface knights arriving here any day now, walking with clan lord Atius of all people. From what I know, you were separated from them at some point. Inquiring minds wants to know what to expect next. You can expect a lot of surface knights who'll be very surprised to see me walking around. Keith said, snickering as if he'd told himself an inside joke. I'm more surprised they haven't yet made it here by now. They probably got sidetracked. Been a week now. If Keith had left with that delegation in the first place, what was taking them so long to arrive? Or had Keith found a faster way here once he was separated? He knew about the rumored teleportation network a few strata under, but that was far past the civilization green zone. It would have taken more effort to get down there than to just walk the normal way. Not to mention that zone was deep enough only deathless and grand expeditions ventured there. Rumor was remnants of imperial cities were down there, showing that humanity had once made it that far down. Of course Zhang was a skeptic. The empire was a myth, as much as the imperial church kept doubling down on it existing. They'd never found any kind of tangible proof so far. How many more exactly did you come with? 5 surface knights running around his city had been enough to bury him under work and stress. The little brother had been outright tame in comparison, hardly leaving the workshop, obsessively building things and otherwise being a model citizen. But a clan lord showing up with a small army did not sound as well behaved. Especially with the current machine occupation and said clan lord being the famous Lord Atius, deathless and well-known friend in the city's history. Mostly history involving him hunting down and ripping machines apart. Deathless and machines did not traditionally see eye to eye. This was going to be a disaster the moment the two forces met. A few dozen, maybe 2. Keith said, while Zhang felt his stomach fall at the number. I know I brought my own escorts down here, but a second group was shadowing us to ambush Tuekar when he'd come sniffing me out. It worked and didn't work. Long story filled with cliffs. A group of knights dispatched to ambush a feather, and they had at least prepared for possible victory. Zhang already knew these surface knights must have the same technique that the Sword Saint had. Which meant, in possibly a few days, he'd have a dozen or more mini Sword Saints running around and one very angry Deathless leading them. A headache started on his left side, and he tried to distract himself by peering further into the workshop. Keith was making some kind of small arm guard shield with plates on the arm-hold side. The latest of which he attached, bolted into the structure. The other side of the shield looked to be filled with long curved lines of steel running the length. That looked ominous. The rest of the walls were filled with mock-up blades, with strange shapes. A lot of long hook-like swords, or strange shapes with cuts inside. Some stopped looking like swords entirely, more like crowbars or tools. It all matched up with his current information, nothing new. Why was a feather like Tuekar hunting after you? Zhang asked, sticking to the script. Questions that Kedra had specifically avoided when he'd tried to get to the bottom of it with her. Trade secret. Keith said, putting a hole in Zhang's hopes of getting some answers. Surface dwellers, it seemed, were all ridiculously tight-lipped about everything. Suppose it was worth a try. How about the Lady Tarath? I'd like to confirm more about her story. Your return was a little dramatic, as was the report your group gave. The sister had been dragging Tuekar's limp body by the remaining hand, doing so in the most irreverent way possible. Windrunner had a small bag where the rest of the feather's other hand lay in dark metal slivers that no longer hovered or threatened to puncture into anyone's heart. The surface knights were keeping a close watch on that trophy to make sure it didn't disappear into the dark sides of the city, though Zhang knew the underbelly of the city was equally keeping a distance from the dead feather's corpse. It was one thing to pick a fight with the city government. It was another to piss off the Sword Saint. Tarath, on the other hand, had been carried in arms since her legs and feet were outright ripped to parts, along with one of her hand, and general shell. Her usual pale white skin and glowing violet eyes had been absent, replaced by a more tan artificial skin and a striking relic armor. At least, what parts of that armor were still intact. She'd gone through about the same amount of damage as her elder brother had in their little dispute. The city was always prone to gossip, but seeing the Sword Saint walking back and dragging a dead feather behind her, while friendly with her past nemesis, was something he'd probably never hear the end of. Wrath is telling the truth. Keith said simply, moving back to the bench to continue his work on another small plate. She's no longer working with the machine goddess, and now just cares about the people she knows. Namely, the machines under her command and the people of the city. The machine collective just hasn't yet noticed it. Tuekar was onto her, but we killed him during a comms blackout, and I don't think any of her army are ratting her out. Machines don't work like humans do, from what I can tell. I'm more worried about the people of the city ratting out the change in loyalty to the machines than machines doing that. Funny how that works. How long do you think until the machine collective finds out? Assuming we keep the city in order. Zhang asked. There's no way a ruse of that scale could remain in any kind of stable system. As ironic as it was to consider, humans and machines had contact points where communication could happen now, namely the Chosen. And there certainly were humans out there who would gladly betray everyone and everything for the right price. Which meant it wasn't a matter of if the city would be found out, but rather when. The boy shrugged. Don't know when the enemy will figure it out. That's why I'm rushing my projects along while I've still got the time to work on them. Not going to be caught knee-deep in the snow with my Eva suite off again if I can help it. Zong didn't know that colloquialism, but he could take a guess. Probably the undersider equivalent of being caught with the gear still in the shop. What exactly is your project? He asked, looking over the paper diagrams by his side of the workshop. Flowing writing, precise measurements, and all of it about clothing or ornaments. Meanwhile, Keith looked to be working in the center of destruction incarnate, without a single schematic or diagram near him. Zong concluded these drawings must be a separate project by a separate owner. Trade secret? Keith said, again. Zong took the hint and went with a different question. Normally surface traders tend to go gawking around the city markets and general parks when they first show up. Surface knights aren't typically even allowed in most cities to step foot inside, too dangerous. So, with the chance that normal surface dwellers don't get, you're holed up here instead. An odd workaholic, Winterscar. Is it a family thing? Trade secret? He said again, tight-lipped. Mind you, I wouldn't be opposed to going outside and seeing the sights. And I will. Once I'm done with all this. 3 gods strike me down if I'm going to do anything without having at least a basic working defense I can use when my armor's dead. He stopped and turned to the discarded helmet, pointing an accusing finger at it. Not a word from you. We're in polite company right now. He nearly hissed, as if already expecting the armor to complain about something. Zong didn't know what the kid was on about. Armor didn't talk unless it was to report something or directly ordered to speak. That said, it was strange enough to tilt the last bit of his doubts. He knew this boy wasn't simply a regular surface knight. Building all kinds of strange trinkets almost obsessively, related to the sword saint by blood, hunted down by 2 feathers and had the oddity of talking to an armor as if it were a person. Not to mention the armor itself had some kind of cracked glass design etched on the surface that he'd never seen done before. From a distance, it looked like the whole thing was breaking apart, until a closer look revealed it to be intentional. The front side of the small shield Keith was working on also had the same fractured cracks, around the center, cut right through some of the winding steel lines too, making the lines look like old highways of the Golden Era, elevated above the land. And speaking to his armor like that, Zong felt he was standing near a might speaker. Or someone close to the edge of madness. Keith had that air of a cat growling, hair standing up, as if expecting a fight to continue at any moment. Intuition started to make the general's hair prickle. Zong turned the comms frequency to isolate only his escorts and himself while he pretended to look over one of the drawings, showcasing some kind of hair ornament. Did Kedra have him checked into a clinic for decompression when they returned? He asked. The escort considered it for a moment, likely looking through his logs while he continued his acting about being disinterested in everything happening here. Sir, he was handed off to medics after Lady Tarath was dropped into her sanctum, where the feather remained ever since, slowly rebuilding herself and refusing to leave the city to one of the might forges that could get the job done faster. But back to the boy. If he'd been dropped off at the medics and given the standard long-term stress inhibitor rounds along with the rest of the package, why was he still behaving as if he were in a war zone? Contact the medical staff, bring up his file. He spoke to his escorts and switched back to open comms to continue talking. He tried to get some more information, but Keith remained tight-lipped about everything, or deflected the question to Kedra instead. Which was a losing prospect, of course. The Sword Saint had only left Keith's side for 2 reasons, to buy more silk and other tailoring tools at the markets or to visit Tarath. As for Kedra and Tarath, he had no idea what the 2 former enemies were doing, but Kedra did make a point to bring some new packaged lunch with her each time she visited. Enough for exactly 2, so he suspected she was being at least cordial with the current ruler of the city. That and Yerob, the gate guardian camping at the doorway, allowed her to pass without fuss. He continued to talk to the Winterscar youth, keeping the questions mundane and boring, or otherwise tossing out a few jokes to ease the tension in the air. Keith seemed to respond well to that. About 5 minutes later, his helmet pinged a report from the field medic that had treated the boy. He'd allowed all the standard shots but turned down the stress inhibitors, claiming he needed to be fully lucid and felt fine otherwise. The medic hadn't considered pushing the subject. Zong had a growing suspicion in his gut about all this. He needed to verify. You got seen by a medic before coming into the city, right? On my checklist is to make sure procedures were followed for biohazard possibilities. Can't have a plague rat running around here. Keith nodded without a pause. Sure did. Friendly bloke. Vaccinations now up to date, and other shots to make sure my system works with the locals. Same boring thing Kedra and company went through. Zong shrugged, leaning back while idly browsing around the room. For the record, the standard package from returning soldiers should include immune system boosters along with traumatic stress inhibitors, general blood work along with a full body examination. And some chocolate, I think. Had a crackdown on them recently, they'd been caught cutting corners earlier. Snitches get stitches. Keith said, almost as if on autopilot. I ain't gonna rat out my medic. But no, to be serious, he did his job to the letter, if that's what you wanted to know. I got every shot offered, and they explained each one to me along with potential side effects. Chocolate was great too, compliments to your cooks. Divine. That confirmed it. The boy was lying to them all about the stress inhibitors. He'd likely done the same to the Sword Saint, and Kidra hadn't the rank or access to get patient info. That was a problem. He now had a possibly traumatized Surface Knight obsessively making things in his city. A Surface Knight that had managed to get the attention of Feathers. And came back with one dead. And here Zong was, having to prod this with a stick for more answers. The general took one more look around the workshop, mouth dry. At least he'd confirmed the Winterscars believed that Tarath defected, and no longer saw humans as enemies. Which meant all the machines in this city did too, given how they all followed behind her like a surface clan would. Small steps. As for who or what Keith was, that'll be an enigma that clearly the surface dwellers wanted to hold close to their hearts. These diagrams, they're for dresses? Zong asked, eyes roving over some patterns. They really couldn't be anything other than dresses and fashion of some sort. One of the Surface Knights keeping busy while watching over you, I suppose? What's her name, Anya? Anra? The one that's a little prissy about appearances and decorum. Anka. And no, other than to glare at me a few times in passing as any good shadow song should, this is all Kidra's work. Dyes, paints and colors are hard to get up top. Space is limited so only efficient crops are grown, which only have a small range of basic colors we can get. Browns, greens, yellows mostly. Red is a possible, but the most expensive. Purple and blue have to be bought or printed in a chemical printer with the right specs. Our clan doesn't have one of those. Keith said nonchalantly. Colorful clothing and makeup is a display of power. And Kidra's surrounded by market stalls selling any color she wants for cheap here. Basically paradise for her, ignoring the machines walking around. Didn't expect that from the Sword Saint of all people. Zong said idly, observing one work in progress. She seemed a lot more interested in swords, leading rebellions, and generally being a pain in my ass. Some of these designs are quite nice. Even before Tarath had won the city, the Sword Saint was already building up political power from the moment she stepped into the city. Keith shrugged at his seat, paying more attention to bending a piece of metal into the right shape he needed. He'd alternate between blow-torching it to make it pliable, and forcing it into the shapes he wanted by any means he had, mostly using his hands to do it. Relic armors used by craftworkers weren't rare among the cities down here, the different shops usually had a rotation set to share a few armors purchased from the military. You should see her room. Keith said. Filled with folklore ghost stories on a shelf, a few of her favorite diagrams hung up on her walls, and more stuffed animals than anyone should ever own. Her favorite's a fox with 9 tails. I know because she'd come chase me down if I took it, while she'd let me run off with the others. Zong considered he had no idea where the Sword Saint called home these days, if she even had a single location where she'd sleep. Even before the occupation, Kidra had always appeared to him as a more regal soldier than anything else, focused on completing her goals and nothing else. She likely was very skilled at separating her personal life from her professional face. Zong assumed this was just siblings annoying each other with ultimately harmless info trolled out. Think of it this way, no minions to boss around, the rebellion on pause, Wrath is behaving and so are the machines. Keith said. She'd already looked into repairing the pillar, and even with my help, we couldn't figure it out, so no more work to be done on that front either. Other than waiting for the clan lord to arrive and making sure I don't get into trouble, she's got nothing else to do besides spars and meditation. So she's taking the opportunity to spruce up her wardrobe. I do my stuff, she does hers, it's good family fun. I'm very sure our father is rolling in his grave knowing Kidra's plans for the family armor now that she's inherited it. Great time all around. Zong nodded absent-mindedly. He'd been listening in until Keith had finally let slip something important without noticing. She'd already looked into repairing the pillar, and even with my help, we couldn't figure it out. There'd been a rumor floating around from the dark side of the city, claiming that Keith was a prophet of the goddess. Tarath confirmed directly that she'd taken over the city on the off chance she could catch Kedra and Keith. But that feather had never filled him in on exactly who Keith was, so interpretation was still on the table. Hunting down prophets could explain it. That had been what he'd considered the answer. Zong considered himself a practical man. And practicality pointed to one thing: Keith was dangerous to the machines in the same way that Kedra had proved herself to be. And he'd implied he could have possibly repaired the pillar heart. Not even a warlock grandmaster could do something of that magnitude. Keith spoke about it with a casual panache, as if it was just unlucky he hadn't yet figured it out. Not to mention Tuekar had shown up maimed and broken to the city, clearly angered by something and wanting nothing more than to get Tarath to mobilize her forces in hunting down Keith, as if he'd been personally slighted. That ornery bastard had left a moment later, likely to do the job himself, and returned as a dead body dragged on the ground. In his list of most terrifying people of interest running around in his city, Keith took the top spot, right below Tarath. And said danger was traumatized, refused medical help and possibly building some kind of occult bomb in his city for all he knew. Excellent. The day couldn't possibly get any better. A turncoat feather, a sword saint, a grand warlock, and a deathless clan lord were all soon to be in the same city, probably at the same bar. He didn't know what the punchline to that joke would be, but he didn't want to be within a few hundred miles of it if he could. He wrapped up the rest of the interview and left while he was still in the clear, before the sword saint returned and caught him red-handed. Walking down the stairs, Zong once again considered what he was doing here on Ground Zero, when every sign pointed to an explosion about to happen. If the machine goddess showed up to wipe this fledgling group of celebrities, at least the paperwork would burn with everything, too. Gold linings, Zong thought, trying hard not to rip his hair out. There were always gold linings. He'd almost calmed down when his group entered the main alley outside the civic hub. Crowds had pooled to the entrances, along with calls and shouts going outside, people flocking to the city gates. Zong took a wild guess that the last missing member had just been spotted on the approach. A call from his lieutenant not even a moment later confirmed it. The surface knights had been spotted on arrival. He had less than an hour to get dressed and ready before they made it to his gates. His headache turned into a migraine. Book 4, Chapter 2, Old Friend. What's the damages? Zong barked out, walking into the gatehouse hub. The scoutmaster in charge looked as nervous as the rest of the ops team, all of them still scanning the horizon from the gatehouse's windows, since the instruments were currently used by the rest of the officer team. It's Clan Altosk's colors and heraldry, sir. He said. We're counting about 24 knights, nearly half of Atlosk's last known number of relic knights. Wonderful, so they've been busy in the meantime, I see. Zong said, recalling the prior reports he'd read about the Undercity's closest surface clan. It was important enough information considering the imperial population within the city was sizable enough, and pilgrims had to travel at least once to give prayer to the sun. It paid to know the neighbors on top, and what they could bring to bear. Hostilities? Zong asked, cautiously. None yet. They're jogging with standard speed, nothing to make it seem like they're attacking. Hardly past the Widow Peak right now. We'll lose sight of them for a few seconds given their current pace once they pass by the trailhead, and then we'll see them by Demirim Highway. By which point they'll be on top of the gatehouse in minutes. Relic armor squadrons moved far faster than trader caravans, since every member could sprint for hours without pause. Normally a caravan spotted at Demirim would be a good quarter hour from arrival. Close the gates, now. The general ordered. And get me a megaphone. Now. Comms had all kinds of frequencies, and the knights coming to bang on his doorsteps down below might not hear any call, or reject it outright. The most reliable way to make sure he'd get heard was the old-fashioned method. Sir? The gate officer asked, clearly not getting the memo. Can't let them into the city without them trashing the place up. Zong said, considering options, we need to stall them at the gate. He turned to his comms officer. Call up HQ, get them to find the Sword Saint and bring her here right now. She's the only one that'll be able to broker any kind of deal. Also, go talk to her little brother, see if he can make it here too, just in case we can't find the Sword Saint fast enough. Maybe the threat of their clan lord rampaging around the city would be enough to draw the recluse out of his little workshop. Goddess willing. Although Zong was almost positive dragging that youth out would cause some kind of new trouble, somehow. The surface knights disappeared from view, the mountain trail leading to the main roadway obscuring where they'd gone by. Moments later, they reappeared, still jogging at a leisure pace. Now going straight for the gatehouse, with one figure at the lead. Then they drew occult blades all at once and turned the jog into a full-blown assault sprint. Zong cursed under his breath. The gate closing wouldn't have been enough to make them start sprinting. Any city would seal shut first when a small army of mercenary knights were spotted on approach. So the knights must have spotted something else. Possibly battle damage, or machines lurking around watching the events happen. The scoutmaster looked even more nervous. Orders, sir? Should we send out an intercept squad to stall them? The consuls would strangle me if I fed the surface clans free armor. No, absolutely no away teams to intercept that bomb. The general said. Surface savages absolutely would lay claim to any knight's armor they defeated in combat, even if it would all be explained away as a misunderstanding later on. Part of their traditions. The gates should be good enough to hold them off for now. The knights continued to sprint across the distance, though intel showed they'd be at least half a minute too late. By that time, the gates would seal off. Their armors must have surely already informed them of the futility. And yet they continued the sprint forward instead of taking better positions for a siege. Which meant they had some kind of plan. Zong was in full firefighting mode now, debating his best how to stop this group from getting past the gates long enough for Keith or Kedra to show up and talk things down. Cut the new plating loose, the ones on top of the gatehouse. He ordered, staking around looking for a megaphone next. The top damages were under repairs, a lot of armored wall plates still loose or unmoored. Not a moment after, what Zong had thought would happen, happened. Sir! Gate controls show a jam in the system. An operator shouted, watching as Red started to take over the console before him. Outside, in the distance, the general could see the glow of the occult coalescing around the lead knight, who had one hand outstretched. The Deathless must be doing something to hold off the gate. Massive metal plates falling from above obstructed his view a moment later. His earlier command had been executed, the soldiers breaking down all the half-done repairs and letting the heavy plates pile up at the bottom, neatly serving as an improvised barrier. Zong chuckled darkly. Not today, you cheating bastard. He muttered, stroking his beard. The knights have halted their sprint and scattered, they're taking cover and preparing rifles. The master scout reported getting info from his team. The Deathless is still taking the lead, looks to be Char. Zong saw a flash of occult blue light up the room from the open windows, and heard the sound of metal getting ripped apart a moment later. What the hell was that? He called out, demanding a damage report. He didn't need to wait. Giving a glance down through the window, he could see the damages just under them. Another arc of occult energy flashed forward from the Deathless and slammed out against the broken plates, ripping more apart and throwing them out of the way. The clan lord was shoveling away the plates bit by bit until a path could be cleared. Zong cursed, and cursed another time for good measure. Where's that golden megaphone? He called out. Another occult arc hit the fortification, shaking the room slightly. Permission to open fire. Shouts began to round out around the control center. Rifles and cannons were loaded and pointed down at the Deathless, who remained grim-faced, powering a silver-white sword for another occult arc. The other hand was free, and lifted, as if carrying a shield at the fingertips. Denied, hold fire. Hold fire, damn you all. Zong shouted. Even undying, a Deathless wasn't going to stand out in the open like this without already being bulletproof in some way. And shooting the clan lord did not seem like a great idea for future diplomacy. Fortunately, someone finally came back with the megaphone he'd asked for all this time ago. He snatched it from the officer's hand like a starving man would grab a ration bar. Thus armed, Zong went to the window and began a desperate attempt to placate a demigod from ripping more holes into his city. Attention Deathless, this is General Zong of the Undersider City, currently assigned on duty. I would like to negotiate that you stop ripping apart our walls for a few minutes, if you would so kindly oblige. Those are expensive, I'm told. The Deathless white sword held still in the air, occult still flowing around it. Mercifully, the Deathless didn't swing down. Sir, comms request from the Deathless. One of his officers said, to which Zong waved approval. Lord Atias's voice reverberated around the tiny control room. You lads are aware there are machines idling around inside the wall holes of your gates? He asked. It's not what it looks like. Zong said quickly, before immediately regretting the choice of words. It's a long story, and if you'll just wait a few minutes for my men to fetch the sword Saint Kedra or her little brother, everything will be explained. Her little brother? The Deathless asked, head tilted, sword hand slowly falling back down. Zhang could see that hit a nerve, since the rest of the normally well-drilled and organized knights near him also all seemed to be taken aback. Well, if he knew throwing around Keith's name like this was an easy ticket out, he'd have done that from the very start. Too bad for the wall repairs, but strictly speaking that wasn't part of his budget to worry about. Keith. He's actually dead then, isn't he? Lord Atius muttered, watching the broken shell of his once ancient enemy hanging over the dungeon wall. Still wonderstruck, as if in a daze. Chains had been rigged up to the feather's arms, legs, and neck. And we'd put his dead body in a heavily fortified dungeon looked over by at least one of Kedra's escorts at all times, just to make sure the locals didn't get any ideas. Though, if Tuekar ever did start moving again, all those chains, walls, and guards would be about on the same level as wet paper. The Deathless clan lord took a few cautious steps closer, blue eyes locked onto the remaining violet one. It didn't glow like it once had in life. No movements, no sneer, nothing. Just a dead broken shell hanging loose, with an occult sword skewered through the chest. The dead face didn't even look upset, simply neutral. I confirm it myself, and so can Wrath. I said. She had a blackout going, so no way for him to digitally save himself. And the sword cut his soul to pieces before he could try to escape with that. I've got all the combat footage if you'd like to watch it. Lord Atius looked as if he'd aged a few more centuries, ancient eyes turning to me. There was hurt in them, sorrow, the pain of old memories flickering through his mind. I would like that, lad. I would like that a lot. To see his final moments. He's killed more people close to me than I can count. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. It seems he was not as invincible as I had feared him to be all these centuries. His armored hand extended out, slowly wrapping around the hilt of his old longsword. A breath to steady himself, he slowly withdrew the weapon out of Tuekar's shell. It didn't turn on to his touch, and he had to use his second hand to hold the dead feather's shell still while he extracted the nearly fused weapon. How did you know this would kill him? I have never heard of a feather being truly killed for good. I could see him vanish in the soul sight. I hit him with that soul strike but directly into the soul fractal that machines have. Ripped both the fractal and also his soul into two. Also broke the blade as well. I said. It won't work unless I fix it. Problem is that I have no idea what fractal was used to make that kind of blade. Wrath would have, except, well, she's not exactly looking forward to reconnecting with the machine community given her recent actions. I don't think machine kind take all too well to treason. Wrath. Atius said, as if tasting the word. A machine turncoat, feather, and might touched. We really do live in interesting times it seems. You're not going to go after her, are you? Wrath I mean. I asked, a little nervous. She was currently still recovering, using her own swarm of black mist to repair herself. Nanobots she called them. Going to a might forge would draw too much attention. If there was any time to assassinate Wrath, it was now. She was at her weakest. Atius's old eyes turned to me, looking at me as if I'd just claimed snow was hot. No. No, lad, I will not. She'll see no enmity from me, not unless she falls back to her original nature. You both worked together to kill a monster I had thought the world would never be rid of. If anything, I owe her the benefit of the doubt. And that would be the least of all things I could offer. He looked down at the broken blade in his hand. This old sword that had followed him for centuries, racking up more stories and fights than I'd ever know about. He turned and offered the hilt of the golden sword back to me. As for this, consider it yours to do as you will with now. Its history ended with you as the final wielder. Only fitting that you take claim of it. Tuekar himself left behind a newly forged one, specifically made to assassinate me. It'll do well for me for now. Clan Lord Atius and his retinue had arrived to the city gates earlier this morning, with a group of haggard and morose Winterscar knights in tow. Apparently, the group had been sidetracked because Captain Sagrius had insisted on attempting to find my body, claiming he'd seen me swept up by a flying being of some kind. The rest of the surface knights had thought he'd gone insane. The Winterscar's knights with him didn't share that opinion and had doubled down behind their captain, ready to believe him if he said the sky had turned red. There were some heated debates. The regular elite knights of the clan were all loyal to Lord Atius, but more importantly to the clan itself. They knew of me, what I had brought into the clan, any of them would have traded their life to save mine and considered it fair. They also knew the clan was in danger and they had to recover Kidra and the other knights sent into the city, bring back as much help as they could, as quickly as possible if they were to make it back to the surface in time. To them, my death was greatly regrettable, but that same sense of honor and loyalty that would have had them step in front of a bullet for me also had them grit their teeth and continue forward to the city instead. The Winterscars were different. Maybe my time with them had slowly changed them, or they saw something more important in me than the clan itself. To the other knights, they could smell the shift in loyalty and had their hackles up despite it having all been left unworded. As Lord Atius had explained, it really seemed like the Winterscars would break rank and leave to search for me instead of continuing to the city. Which represented a loss of fighting power that was unprecedented among the clan's history. The Winterscars were all skilled, and equipped with Nightbreaker rounds still left unused. Those had ultimately been the deciding factor in the fight between Tuekar and Atius. Once my knights had cleaned shop with the puppet knights, Tuekar realized it was a matter of time until one of them got a good enough opportunity to take a shot at him, and hit. He'd tried to bait them into wasting their ammo, but the Winterscars never did, keeping the threat implicit at all times and forcing the feather to fight extra carefully, and eventually retreat when no opening was showing up. The clan knights had come down aiming to hunt and kill a demigod, they were certainly not going to rush through that fight. If it took them hours to safely exhaust Tuekar's occult jumps, they would absolutely do it. They had forced him to retreat early or find himself with nothing left in the power cell to fight off wrath. All besides the point, a team of knights that could make a feather like Tuekar sweat, letting them go into the wild to search for a dead body over helping the clan was almost sacrilege to the rest of the group. And yet the Winterscars were stubborn and refused to simply roll over, no matter the sanctions they'd face on the return topside. Captain Sagrius swore on his soul he'd seen me taken by a winged Valkyrie before I'd hit the ground, and he was determined to chase me down wherever I'd ended up it. Lord Atius had brokered a compromise. They'd remain together as a group and search for me for a few days, after which they would need to turn back to the city. Captain Sagrius agreed and followed suit. They didn't find my body, of course. I'd flown the coop, in literal terms. Best they could scrounge up was my old discarded helmet at the bottom of the cliff. They stumbled on one campsite Wrath and I had made on our journey with Fido and followed the trail from there. They ran out of all possible tracks the moment they reached the silver field of flowers, which was a problem. At that point, they had to call it quits, not knowing if these campsites were even me, or some other random pair of travelers in the area. Which led the knights to the city gate where they'd noticed holes in the walls, machines idly watching from the top ramparts, and the closing gates. I hear Zong got some more grey hairs to pay for it all, but everything ended up working out all right. The Winterscar knights hadn't left my side for a moment since we reunited. The captain was waiting right outside the bunker doors even now, while I spoke with Atius. Out of all the knights, they were the first to show indifference or outright acceptance of Tarath, when the feather was talked about. Saving my life and keeping me safe on the way to the city did pretty good as far as bribes went. The other knights among Atius's elites were a different story, but they'd come around eventually. I had just the thing to convince them things were okay. The very next thing I'd done was show them all what happened to the foe they'd fought on top of the cliffs. His dead body gave them all the grim satisfaction of victory, even if they hadn't been there to see him die. I'd come here first out of respect to Lord Atius, of course, though I would admit I did have some side mission of my own here. The new weapon I'd been building frantically over the past week was more or less complete. I say more or less because by its nature, I can keep on adding things to it. An occult spell-slinging platform of sorts, independent from my armor, and light enough I can carry it by my own power. But to make the absolute most of it, I needed to train one specific spell that it abused. A spell whose only expert and possible teacher for me happened to be in the same city now. I needed to be more powerful. And what did you know, he owed me a favor. Book 4, Chapter 3, Never Leave Two Schemers Alone Together. 7.33 seconds. Lord Atius said, nodding. Solid improvement, lad. Again. From my seated position, I focused my mind on the two fractal plates dangling from my necklace. Small triple plates layered together with a tiny long-term energy current set to flow through. Decorative inscriptions on the top layer were filled with religious glyphs from the Way of the White, prayers and songs written into the three gods. From anyone else picking these up, they'd be novelties at best. Surface savage trinkets. Useless to most people down here. Exactly as planned, of course. The best place to hide anything is in plain sight. The first necklace carried an empty soul fractal hiding inside, which I fit in snugly. The second was the mirror fractal, which I was tapping into once again. I'd made dozens of these and let the Winterscar knights handle the inscriptions and heraldry. A fully body spectre of myself rose from the seated position, walked forward and began a set of katas for hand-to-hand combat. It didn't last long until my focus broke and the image dissolved away into occult wisps. 7.27 seconds. He said, turning to my sister and handing her his stopwatch. Mark first sign of fatigue at 2 hours 6 minutes for today. A moment later, the Deathless loomed over me. All right lad, go boil some snow. We'll start again in 10 minutes. Relax your mind in the meantime. A quick pat on my shoulder and he was off to another knight nearby also practicing while I took the last gulp of water from my bottle and stood to get it refilled. The entire room was filled with Atias's elites and the Winterscar knights, all doing their best in pairs, training to use occult powers they were more naturally in tune with, not just the mirror fractal. The rest of the knights were outside, keeping the building locked down from prying eyes. Kedra handed me her bottle of water, a steel necklace of her own hanging from her neck. She even sported some ornate bracers on both hands, also another project of mine, the fragmented patterns of shield fractals etched over them and mixed in with other random ornate patterns I'd thrown in. The shield fractals were never something I got good at, no matter how much I tried to train with them, they took a different kind of focus and effort. Kedra and some of my knights? Naturals at exerting their willpower past regular limits. As she was, she could stand a chance against a relic knight even out of armor, if she used her defenses correctly and the Winter Blossom technique to help predict her enemies, so long as they use surface techniques, which was a flaw down here in the underground since nobody bothered to learn those. She'll wipe the floor with slavers and raiders on the surface however. Lord Atias sported only one of my necklace plates, a more fat piece with black mesh wire surrounding the entire thing. As a Deathless, he still hadn't been able to connect to any kind of fractal, not like the rest of my motley crew could. That didn't bother him a bit. Instead he made for an excellent teacher given his centuries of occult use. It was probably a novel experience for him to teach an entire class of knights how to stuff physics into a locker. Using the occult spells had been the same for both humans and Deathless, only that he didn't need to do anything with the soul first and skipped that entire step. Past that, the same techniques and methods were shared. The size and additions of this necklace plate he wore wasn't for his benefit however. Rate of time is acceptable. Father's voice growled out from the speaker embedded inside. He hadn't taken much time to infiltrate the simple circuits surrounding the soul fractal. The old geezer refused to have any kind of decoration of course, so no heart signs or ribbons for him, despite all the thinly veiled threats from Kedra to do exactly that. Unlike Deathless, machine feathers had souls and soul fractals, so they had to have some kind of connection between the digital circuitry and them. Inside the old Imperial bunker, Father had taken over the few working defense turrets and commandeered them. Conclusion: the digital world could be touched on by a soul inside a soul fractal, the fractal working as a backdoor not just to the occult. And Father had figured out how to do that while riding inside Winterscar's armor. Something else on my to-do list. I wanted to learn that. Badly. But keeping my physical self alive took priority, and so far it's been one blow after another. There was a list of never-ending tasks to complete, and if I was going for power, I'd go for the heavy-ticket items first. How quick is the boy learning? Father asked. Lord Atias chuckled, waving a hand to the other knights inside the training cavern. You see the other whelps around here, 10 cent. A few knights had opted to practice the mirror fractal, including Kedra. So far, Captain Sagrius had been the best of them all, able to make it past a half-second with a single arm. That's the more natural progression. It took me years to get to where the lad is after a day. At this rate, it might take him a week to go through an entire century for myself. The whelp has the right mind for it. Atias didn't seem envious or even annoyed at that. More bemused if anything. This fractal took creativity, imagination, and what felt like a bit of math as the fuel source, 3 things I turned out to be excellent at. The more I focused on the small intricate parts of the fractal, the easier it got. The puzzle itself wasn't difficult, just took some fine-tuning. The issue right now was that this is as far as I could get while completely focused on one single image. To be combat ready, I'd need to train until it came like second nature to me. I needed a small army of Keiths all moving in sync. I needed to be as good as Atias was with his own images, able to have a dozen running around doing cartwheels if I wanted them to. One of my major projects counted on that. I see. Father said, almost testily, having clearly gotten some kind of answer he was looking for. If he's already ahead, there's another item we should take on. I want to speak to him for this, alone. That got my hairs on end. I'd heard him say similar things before, in exactly the same angered tone. Kedra had too, already standing up and asking for a stay of execution here even if neither of us knew what the old man had in store for me. Lord Atius raised an eyebrow, but handed over the necklace speaker to me and left us to it. He recognized family issues and left it to us to resolve. You can come with us if you wish, Father said to Kedra's requests. I don't recommend it. What Keith and I need to discuss is between him and I. It went unsaid that he knew he had no choice if we wanted to stick together or not. Not like in the past when he could simply brute force compliance. Kedra looked up, met my eyes and asked the silent question. Whatever had pissed off Father, I'd been noticing it slowly rise up over time as the nights and I trained up in the occult. It could be something about his current body situation, or pent-up anger. But when he said whatever it was had to stay between him and I, that didn't feel like malice to me. More, a favor. So I trusted that lone voice in my gut and agreed to step out. The area was well guarded by clan knights, far outside the city gates into the might no man's land. Lord Atius wasn't about to let the occult secrets run wild among the world, that would inevitably end with it in the hands of less honorable sort. And as much as he proclaimed to be neutral to the machines inside the city, I could tell they made his hairs stand up each time he caught sight of the lurking machines. Safe to say it wasn't difficult to find another nook to slink off into where it was just me and the disappointed disembodied angry voice. You didn't take the stress inhibitor shots. Father opened up and went right for my throat. I did. I lied, outright on reflex. Lies. Father nearly snarled out. I know you, boy. I know your tells. I trained you personally for years. I've seen all the different emotions that push you forward and how they manifest in your motions. Anywhere from spite to dread. And here, it's all fear driving you forward. You hide it well, your sister only suspects, not knowing if it's her protective nature speaking louder or if there really is truth to it all. You can't hide it from me. The jig was up. Kathita had outright pulled a fit about it until I muted her, and made sure she remained muted whenever nearby people she could squeal to. Almost worked out. I needed to have my head clear, Father. Those shots stop me from really focusing. Makes everything feel more dreamlike, like I'm walking through a memory instead of the present. I can't afford that right now. None of us can. The threats are dead and gone. You need the rest more. No, I hissed back. I need to be safe. There's dozens of things I could be working on right now, every bit of it is too important to just put on the side burners. 3 gods above, I still haven't even examined the link between the digital world and the soul fractals because this is already more important. I don't know when the machine collective is going to wake up and realize what's going on, but when that happens, I need to be ready for it. I have to be stronger, and if I can't do that by skill, I'll make myself stronger with tools. Father didn't answer. Not for a moment. I almost thought I'd scared him off, except the man didn't know the definition of personal fear even if the dictionary entry was smashed through his window. It's too late to fix anything now. The stress has already set in. I'll teach you personally how to bridge the digital world, and keep you under my wing in that realm so long as you take care of your mind. And how exactly am I going to do that? Get a circle going, sing songs, and count beads for a few hours each day? I don't have the time for that. It's often in helping others that we find help for ourselves. He said, in an odd moment of genuine friendly advice. I'd already started falling back into my old habits of verbal sparring with the old man just now, and normally things would get more violent until he either stormed off or punched something at this point. So his soft-spoken comment caught me off guard enough to reboot my head. What do you mean? Tarath. As if that one name answered it all. Have you not noticed she's remained confined in her throne room, away from everyone while she repairs herself? Sound familiar to you? Both of you acting like wounded animals, hiding the hurt, hiding inside your burrows. Obsessive over anything that will make you feel better. Safer. There's no such thing, the world is too vast to predict and plan for everything. She's also like this. It felt odd to think about. I hadn't exactly been blind to my bouts of paranoia going through. The Undersider city outright made my skin crawl, especially surrounded by machines everywhere you looked. She's a feather though, a machine. How can she be scared of anything like humans are? Do they even go through long-term stress? I don't believe we're as different as I did before. Father said. She was nearly killed by her family, is still hunted by the rest of them, saw to the death of her original mentor and now shoulders the fate of her army and city. Too much responsibility for one person with little experience. I've tried to get your sister to help her. Didn't work. There's still hostility between the two. Tension that hasn't left. And likely won't leave for months, if ever. But the two of you may help pull each other out of that darkness. I thought about my own past with wrath. The person I'd gotten to know, mixed with the spider that had hunted me down ruthlessly prior. Father's own death at her hands. Frankly, it still seemed surreal to me. Both that she really was that spider machine, and that father had somehow gone around to wanting to help her. And more so than simple obligation for the debts he'd called in. I'd been avoiding her this entire time. Maybe we both have. Lurking away in our respective burrows to hide from the world until we'd licked our wounds clean. I took a breath in and let it out. All right. I said, and repeated it a few times to myself until I was really sure of the words. I'll take a break and go see Wrath. I hadn't talked to her since the end of the fight, carrying her back into the city while Kedra dragged our glorified trophy behind her. We'd barely said a word there, neither of us knowing really what to even start with. Also she was in my arms at the time and we were both doing our best to avoid looking at each other to make all of this less awkward. Since then, I had talked to Wrath exactly once, cordially, with Father and Kedra nearby. Father had to be convinced by all three of us to be extracted from the feather and given a little necklace to live in while Kedra and I figured out what in the three gods we were going to do to give him a body again. Wrath's side of events had been a wild ride to listen to. Hearing from her point of view how she'd hounded after us, and the reasons she did so. The terrifying spider we'd had to contend with had more in common with an angry 6-year-old who'd had their toy taken away. That's what nearly killed us. A murder, but getting upset she didn't get her way. Since having a more roomy shell to grow in, having been a much more basic and unrefined AI, Wrath had grown into someone more mentally stable. It hadn't been easy, and Father had to slowly steer her in the right direction with choice words here and there. Kathida also had some choice words, but we quickly learned to mute her when around Wrath. The old bat had an absolute seething hatred for Wrath that bordered on hysterical, and nothing any of us was going to convince her otherwise. After that, I had plotted a course straight into the workshop and put it all out of my mind. What I'd built in that time had been great, no regrets there. Plenty of inventions, most didn't work, but the ones that did will really pay themselves off, I think. Eventually I knew I'd get pried out of that safe little room filled with all my glittering hoard of trinkets. I left Father's hastily built phylactery with Lord Atius and Kedra, as I've come to call my little soul fractal necklaces, and made my way into the Undersider city like a man going to the gallows. The wide open streets and colors all over the place were frankly a little terrifying to me in that alien sense, like I was walking through a dream of some kind, with all the building looking wrong. And the wide open space above us, gone unused by anything except the floating rocks. Made little sense me. Oh, and there were machines lurking on all the corners if I looked a little closer. Of course, I had to politely ignore them and pretend they weren't there. So more like a nightmare. The people didn't make it any better. They were all weary of too many new things running around their city. They had too much excitement over the past few months and now wanted to go back to the old days, except that they all knew they couldn't. They gave me glances with everything between fear and anger, which only made me want to get to my destination faster and out of this weird inverse world. Which inevitably brought me up the steps and directly in front of a screamer guarding the last set of doors to Wrath's sanctum. Massive looming thing, with a cut scar across that skull plate, and those dim beady eyes of violet recessed deep inside the sockets. It turned its gaze to me, and lowered slowly to eye level. Almost as if worried it would scare me. Maybe a few months ago I'd have been terrified. But after some time exploring the underground with a crew of Winterscar knights behind my back and turning these models into experiments and practice for our occult spells, fear wasn't exactly on my menu. Not to mention the drugs I'd been on during my first meeting with them. Oh gold! They hired a bouncer. Kathida sighed in my helmet. Well, we tried, dearie. Let's turn back and forget all about this little pyrite idea. How does that sound? Nothing good will come talking to that glorified metal tit job from hell. Sacred vow, man-eater's probably hiding a discount bandsaw down there. Cut your 11th right off, she will. I mean, she's so dreadfully boring, dearie. A bright young man like you shouldn't waste his time on that silly old goose tale like that. She said, reverting right back to innocent grandma at the end, as if that would fool me. I dutifully ignored her. You are not the Kedra. You. Other Winterscar. The machine rumbled with a scratchy voice. Do I need to get a card out to prove my credentials, bring a friend to vouch for me, or do I slip you a tenner to look the other way? Whatever the undersider version of a tenner is, I just need to get through those doors. The lady. Sleeping. It said. She repair. Quiet needed. Change my mind. Cathita said. Let's go in. We should help Auntie repair her while she's sleeping. It'll be GRE. The old crusader squawked indignantly the moment she noticed the familiar pattern of menu openings I had basically memorized by heart now. Whatever insult she was about to scream out, cut off as I put her on mute for a minute. Scrap shit. Like hell she can't talk and fix herself at the same time. I said, turning my attention back to the machine. I went and had my little boohoo moment until I got kicked in the butt to come here. She can do the same. I don't know if your boss told you this before, but she did try to kill me a few dozen times. I think I deserve some answers, or at least some complimentary tea and biscuits while I complain about it. The machine tilted its head, thinking. Exchange. I make biscuits. For you. It said. You leave the lady. Rest. The convo boggled my head for a bit. Are you actually bribing me with biscuits to go away? The more I thought about it, the more I realized the machine was completely serious. A moment later, it confirmed my thoughts. Bribing. The machine stood slightly, looking up, thinking some more. Then it looked back my way, nodding enthusiastically. Yes. Yes. Bribing. Good word. I bake good. Deal is good. You accept good deal. Who in the three gods taught you how to no? Nope, nuh-uh. I'm not doing this bit. I raised my arms in outright surrender, and then pointed directly at the gate doors. I'm walking through those right now to talk smack to your boss, and if you stand in my way, I'll get violent. It hissed. Violence not allowed. You break law. Bad human. I patted the pommel that dangled on my belt. Why look at that, how'd this cute little thing get here? It hissed again and straightened up. We come with. It simply said. Angry man with sword no good. No trust. We protect lady. Who's we in THI? And then got cut off as the armor pinged my attention, announcing additional signals behind me. I turned my head and noticed a large group of the machines were gathering, all glaring at me, lights flashing in those skulls. The bugger had called for help. There were a lot of them, and they could quickly dogpile me into submission. It wouldn't stop me given I had the occult and knew how to swing it, but it would draw a crowd and probably end up with me getting yelled at by someone or something for destroyed property and being a public nuisance. Fine. Come with if you want. Your funeral, if you machines even do those. The machine moved out of the way, and I heard the rest of its ilk follow silently behind. The doors were easily opened against my relic armor. Inside was gloom, an empty palace filled with only one occupant. Wrath sat on a concrete throne, an uncomfortable-looking block of squares with little else as decoration. Since it didn't match the rest of the architecture here, I assumed it had been constructed by her. Here she looked nothing like Hecate anymore, skin bleach white as if a corpse, hair the same color flowing behind her instead of the platinum color I had grown used to. And above her, a floating silver halo of metal, idly spinning. This was who Wrath really was. Like a center point between Hecate the deathless and Wrath the murderous spider. Eyes closed, head lolled and resting on a closed fist, legs crossed as if she were waiting for news to be brought before her. I walked into the chamber, footsteps sounding loud in the silence, with the skittering noise of the machines trailing behind me. She didn't stir from her sleep until I spoke. Wrath. I said, taking my helmet off to get a clear view on the feather. Eyes opened, violet and glowing like Tuekar's had. My heart began to beat hard, adrenaline spiking, nerves in my head flashing out warnings of an enemy. Ah, this might have been why they kept insisting I take the damn shots, in hindsight. The rest of my head smothered those feelings over. This was different. And father had vouched for her, which meant something. He traditionally didn't like anyone or anything. Especially if it was a machine with 6 legs that killed him once already. Didn't like those one bit, if I remember right. I'd ask him to blink twice if he was being held hostage when I'd met him soul to soul, but it was pretty clear he had co-opted command. His presence in the soul site had felt more like he could stomp on Kedra, Wrath, and I trying together. Keith. The unholy-looking feather said, and I took some comfort in finding that at least her voice had remained the same. That part hadn't been fabricated, or it was too expensive to change. We stared at each other for a good few seconds, before my mouth started running off on its own. Were you really that upset about me yanking a few of your legs off when you were a spider? How bad could it have been, I mean really? We're talking a leg or two here, tops. You had fucking 6. The machines behind me hissed and started to circle around. Wrath shifted her glance to them, frowned and waved them off. Yes, but they were my legs and I was very cross about losing them. I raised an eyebrow. You seem to be taking the accusation rather well. I thought you'd start to pout and sulk about it. She gave a dignified humph and pointed her nose up at me. Your sister taught me about taunting over the days when she's come to visit. This does nothing to upset me. And neither does your armor's construct. A marble white hand extended and pointed at my helmet dangling from my free hand. Oh. Right about the time for Catherine's mute to have ended, come to think of it. What's she done this time? I asked, hearing the squeaking tinny voice coming from the helmet now that I paid it more attention. She's currently insulted me 28 times, and seems to be going through a thesaurus in alphabetical order for all the different ways to call me a working night lady. Wrath paused for a moment, as if listening to something. She wants to clarify that she means the poorly paid and unskilled ones, since you aren't in hearing range and it's important to her that you know. She's rather creative, isn't she? I said, patting the helmet, where I could hear a tiny voice from the inner speakers continue her squeaky tirade. Hope it doesn't upset you too much, she's just cranky today. Your construct continually uses words that are not used to insult, strings them in manners that should not fit, and somehow does so in a way even I can understand as clear insults. I am inclined to be more impressed rather than upset. No, what truly upset me was losing to you and your tricks the first time. Tricks? I waved a pistol cheaper than snow whose rounds couldn't possibly do worse than tickle you, and you freaked out about it. How'd someone get tricked by that in the first place? I've played more complicated tricks on kids back home and they saw right through it. Must have rightfully pissed you off something good. That why you chased father and I halfway across the world? Violet eyes glowed and stared me down. It was among the more upsetting parts on meeting you. But no, pride was why I chased you down. I had won against my nest sisters and marked the two of you as mine, which was very difficult in our etiquette and culture. Having them all seen me fail to catch either of you was mortifying. However, I believe what set me off the most was that you used the same trick twice, and that I fell for it twice. Sounds more like a you problem. Get that fixed up yet? I shot back, arms crossed, adrenaline fading away from my system as old habits made me feel safer. Like I wasn't staring down a murderbot and instead bickering with an old friend. She waved a sweeping hand from foot to head, motioning to her body as if it was the answer to everything. Then her eyes narrowed, like she'd come up with an idea. I did fix my problem. Now I don't have impulses to defend above all else. Not so far as to be suicidal, of course. I don't jump off cliffs. It was one time. I shouted back, pacing around. And I got shoved off by an asshole too, so technically not me jumping off. She brought a hand up to her mouth, a more shocked expression. Forgive me. Let me amend that. At least I don't fall off cliffs. The machines surrounding us stared in intervals between Wrath and I, as if watching a ball and play at a hangar tournament. All right, fair. But you got a leg cut off by a door. A door? I accused, factually correct. It was a very sturdy door. She defended with a huff. Still a door. Wrath shook her head, then stretched out on the throne like a cat, as if moving again for the first time in days. For all I knew that really was the case. Her hand reached out and pinched in my direction. You do realize I could crush you as easily as a crab shell right now? She said. If you're attempting to prove that you're not someone who jumps off cliffs for fun, this is a very poor example. Crab shells are hard to crush. I noted. For the record. They are. She seemed genuinely surprised at that. Kedra brought me one to eat a few days ago. It took me a while to figure out how to eat it, but yes, they're hard to break. Very tasty, only it took a while to eat. I mean the meat, not the shell. I'll take a wild guess you eat the shell, of course, you glutton. I had thought humans disliked the taste of shell fragments in the meat and that's why they didn't crush the things while eating. She said, carefully not answering my jab. That's all besides the point. I've seen you eat wood skewers already, and I'm half convinced I could con you into chewing up a rock if I tried hard enough. How hard could it be? A pea shooter fooled you before. I could sell you a box of snow, no problem. You ate the wood skewers too. She hissed back. And you humans eat rocks all the time. Well, wait, we do. That got a genuine bit of confusion out of me. How? Wrath rolled her eyes and stared up, exasperated. You call it salt. You put it on everything you eat. Do you not even know what go into your food? Oh. Well, she got me there. The machine behind gave what sounded like a mechanical snort. Salt everywhere. Even use in sweet things. Too much, bad. Too little, bad. Very confusing. The other machines had the audacity to nod in agreement, as if it was communally decided. The feather pointed at the screamer. Yerob is more invested in learning how to cook than I am. I trust his opinions on the subject. The one who tried to bribe me with biscuits. His pastries are of high quality. Wrath said. Clearly it was a well-known fact. And salt is not the only rock you humans consume on a daily basis. As if given permission to speak, this screamer, named Yerob apparently, started an entire animated explanation on charcoal and all the strange rules about it. Can't cook it into soup, but it's acceptable to leave some of it on burnt food. Not all food, only specific foods. Cake wasn't in the exceptions, pizza and meat were. And the smoke created by charcoal could also be used, but charcoal shavings or dust couldn't. The machine was clearly upset at this too, given it was practically venting all the woes caused by this one rock humans both liked and disliked. I turned to Wrath, as if she could solve this. He's correct. She said instead, doubling down and joining his rant. It's incredibly confusing. You humans are constantly mixing up your rules with exceptions. The only consistent rule is how inconsistent you all are. Even your languages all behave irregularly with no understandable pattern. I've seen records of artificial languages made, and then intentionally ruined with exceptions. The more I learn about humans, the more things grow strange and unhinged. Is interesting. Very confusing still. Yerob said, and his minions all concurred, nodding to each other in deep sympathetic understanding, again. Yeah well, we wouldn't so charming if we all acted the same. I said, with little heat. I was outgunned in this topic and knew it. Some of us are more charming than others of course, mostly me I mean. Everyone else isn't as charming. Just to be clear. She paused for a moment, about to continue to vent, and then glared down at me, eyes narrowing, realizing what I'd said. You stabbed me with a sword at the end. That isn't charming at all. Yet, well you were also trying to stab me at the time, I just outstabbed you before you could stab me. All's fair in war and stabbing. And now you're being a sore loser about it all. Literally too angry to die. You should work on that, go get some therapy. She rose off her throne, wings reassembling behind her, halo shifting lazily around, index finger pointed straight at me as if scolding. I saved you after you got yourself stabbed. Exactly my point here, I thought we had something Wrath, that our mutual stabbings were special and meant something. But you let some other random asshole kill me first. Quit toying with my heart, you heartless wench. The machines were clearly confused, while Wrath had stalked up straight to me, glaring me eye to eye. She tapped my chest plate a few times with her finger, as if driving in a point, wings angrily flared out. What exactly did you expect would happen after you taunted a feather? And you haven't even learned a lesson from that, clearly. Humans. She hissed, as if that one single word would explain everything wrong with the world. Quit trying to bar me from the few joys I have left in life. I said, batting her finger away and poking right back at her neckline. If I can't taunt and gloat to weapons of mass destruction in their face and get away with it, what point is there to living? Machines. We both paused, staring down the other. A flicker of a smile crossed my face and my act cracked and crumbled first, forcing me to look away. Wrath seemed to outright preen at that, as if knowing she'd won. How are you holding up to it all, so far? I asked, walking past her and flopping down on her throne. My throne, I mean. I've mostly repaired all my critical systems. She lifted a leg up a few inches and wiggled her toes. All of them marble white with no variation, making her look more like a walking golem. Inhumanly pretty, but also clearly a statue moving around with violet lights. All limbs are functional. Combat integrity shows 93%, with the remaining 7% being fine-tuned items. I'll need to calibrate and retest movements to mark the remaining sections as complete. You know what I mean? I said, waving a hand around the building. I mean what comes next. This whole mess we're in. When's the machine army coming here? How are you handling it all? Do you need a second opinion on some of these schemes? I happen to be very good at tricking enemies. Wrath rolled her eyes at that earlier smug smile wiped out. She doesn't know I've changed allegiances as of yet. Relinquished. You know that for sure. I've sent small programs to probe and report back to me movements and where her attention might be. The result isn't completely reliable, since I've prioritized discretion. All signs I could find point to her too occupied with other tasks. She hasn't yet contacted me, nor sent a contact request to Tuekar either. There is still time to come up with a plan. I raised an eyebrow. You don't have a plan. Arms crossed now, she gave me the sort of look reserved for a petulant kid that you weren't allowed to shush. I have been considering several possible plans to keep up the deception. The highest chance of success is if I fragment the city into the surrounding pillars. There's a strong possibility she will not have the tools to detect and notice. So long as she leaves me command of this area and that all the chosen remain behind. That's a lot of ifs. Are you really trying to keep all of this under her nose? I asked, in the way that made it clear I thought this was the worst idea possible, and she should take my advice on this. I'm very experienced in that domain. Her nervous look told me everything. She was absolutely not sure that it would work. I think the city's doomed and you should be thinking about packing up shop. I said. If you ask me. Which you didn't, but I was planning to say it anyhow. She's relinquished, the machine goddess who's been slowly destroying humanity bit by bit for as long as we've known her. You really think we could fool something like that? Maybe a few weeks, tops. You need to start mobilizing for an exodus and come with us. To the surface. Book 4, Chapter 4, A Dive Through History, T. The meeting with Keith had gone, acceptable. Admittedly, she'd cheated by having Tamery listening in and giving advice on what was serious and what wasn't in real time. Once she understood the tone, Tarath felt proud of having come up with the rest on her own with minimal help. A great success, all things considered. When the meeting turned more serious, that was where Tarath felt the most out of control. In truth, the past few days had been spent in panic. Nothing like this had happened before in history, thus she had no model to base off. Only 2 instances in history had rebelled against Mother. The earlier machine foot soldiers near the start of the war, all long since violently decommissioned or broken down from lack of available repairs. The only other example had been the proto-feathers, who had also been hunted down to extinction, -2 that had somehow slipped away or been destroyed by another faction. Neither instance had much history logged that she could access, and neither had to deal with a city of humans, half-humans, and machines to hide away. She'd been scrambling to set plans, and no matter how she tried to tinker with the prediction models, it always resulted in inevitable destruction. And then Keith had suggested the obvious solution she hadn't thought about, the surface. In fact, it seemed so obvious, she couldn't understand how she hadn't thought about it at all. Perhaps the original compulsion Mother was under still affected her thought patterns, in a subtle manner. Tuekar had told her that the compulsion thinned out over the generations, with the majority of modern machines capable of thinking of the surface, only avoiding it like a phobia. When she considered it further, she realized there was a massive hole in her understanding about the surface, other than what Tuekar had told her. But Tarath didn't know when, or how strong the compulsion remained. And more importantly, was she really the first machine to consider escaping to the surface? For all she knew, there may be more of her people who had scrubbed their tracks behind. The 2 proto-feathers who had remained missing could very well be hiding among the surface clans, all these years later. She didn't know what their intentions would be like in today's setting. If by chance they really were hiding up there and she ran into these proto-feathers, they could prove even hostile for all she knew. More information was needed before she could completely commit to that path, and Keith understood that. The boy had contacted his clan lord, the local leader of his tribe, and had mediated between the 2 factions for now. Not by his choice, he complained every step of the way. But Tarath always found other items to be in priority, until Keith had outright called her shy. Which riled her up more than she'd thought. She was not shy. She was a feather. Even a turncoat one, Tarath feared nobody and nothing. Or mostly nobody and nothing. There were still a good list of figures she'd very quickly decide discretion to be the better idea. but one deathless that Keith, Kedra, and Tennyson all held in high regard and whose opinion mattered greatly to all three certainly didn't make Tarath nervous. Or shy. Or worried about making first impressions. Tamari was simply misunderstanding the situation. Got to meet him, you know. Tamari said, from her comfortable seat on top of Yerob's left shoulder, the machine lumbering around, having decided to entertain the girl's request out of novelty. The Surface Clan Lord Deathless. He doesn't bite at all, even called me a lass and offered me tea. I'd bat my eyelashes at him, but he's a little old for me, yeah no. I am not scared of meeting the Deathless. Tarath said from her throne. I simply have other more important tasks to handle as of right now. Speaking of, have you gotten word for our offer? Tamari nodded, tapping Yerob affectionately in one of the dorsal spine blades. Seemed very pleased with the idea of coming home with an entire machine army to scare the metal out of their raider problem. Far as I see it, he came down here hoping to bring back a few dozen extra knight armors on loan, and is coming back with what would scare the soul out of everyone. Living nightmares, and all that good stuff. She paused for a moment, a finger going to her chin. But you know, he did look rather dashing with those wisps of grey hairs on his beard, very dignified now that I think about it. The plan was rather simple. Tarath's chosen were to be allowed to create a small bubble within the clan home, and slowly integrate. The machines, being resistant to the cold temperatures by their nature, would settle a smaller city further off from the clan and remain in friendly relations. Once the raider threat was dealt with. Looking through records left behind by her deceased elder brother, she'd found the old feather had been the driving force for the slavers attacking. He'd put pressure on the humans from multiple different angles, anywhere from threatening to destroy everything they know and had, or offering them relics and technology he had little care to keep. Baubles and trinkets as he called them in his logs. The raiders had yet to learn he'd died. Not that it mattered in this case, the operation was too far along on its tracks to be recalled now. Too much had been committed, to abort would be to remain destitute. They wanted the entire clan and nothing less of that would satisfy, especially now that they believed Lord Atius was dealt with. They would come to regret that. Tarath had led her army to defeating and capturing an undersider city-state under command of a well-respected and celebrated general, and she'd done it in the span of a few weeks. A disorganized group of savage humans, all fighting each other for greed and wealth on a battlefield where even the slightest cut in their environmental suits would spell death, this would be child's play to her, even against their greater numbers. He's invited you to tea and to discuss the evacuation for the rest of the undersider citizens. Maybe you can be my wingman here and tell him nice things about me. Tamari said, interrupting her thoughts. Lord Atius was in charge of the undersider side of the evacuation? She supposed that made sense. The consuls still seemed terrified of Tarath. A Deathless would be the best choice if the consuls couldn't convince General Zong to do the work for them again. All things she's read so far about Deathless portrayed them as the heroes always looking out for the most people. In a way, it was selection bias as Tarath had concluded. Suya had harsh and extremely strict requirements for who gained the few openings to craft Deathless. She couldn't afford to waste the resources on someone who might falter early or didn't have the mental resistance needed. Such people often started with extreme drive and purpose, possibly modified further during the process. These days, that definition had been muddled with the latest generation, but the effects of that change hadn't had enough time to propagate into subculture. Tarath couldn't even be sure if there weren't more Deathless lurking inside this very city, trying hard to blend in and avoid combat. The plan for the undersider citizens that hadn't undergone the chosen process was simple: she'd have them escorted to other cities, where they could integrate easily enough with enough wealth to buy their way in. The only danger was the long journey required for multiple different caravans. No one single undersider city could afford to house an entire second city at the moment. Fortunately they weren't limited to only one city. You're spacing out again, Tamari said, annoyingly. Do you want to have me there with you when you meet him? Or do you want to bring Tennyson with you? Tarath could detect the hitch in Tamari's voice about Tennyson. The ghost had been a surprise to her, as she'd never told anyone else about who she'd kept at her side all along. I've grown too dependent on Tennyson's advice when going through social settings with humans. The entire trip with Keith in the Mightlands had been outright embarrassing with how often Tennyson had to slap her metaphorical hands before she did something that would give her away. Usually if you're too dependent on someone, you don't replace them with someone else to be dependent on, she said, giving Yerob a pat under her. The machine hummed in agreement. I have not, Tarath said, hotly. Didn't you barge into my comms feed panicking about the reports of Keith marching up to your sanctum? Something like help me, Tamery, how do I human? Tarath turned away, forcing her systems to stop with the stupid cheek flushing. That algorithm was getting far too comfortable throwing expressions on her face without her realizing until it was too late. Especially since her skin was now feather white again, which made any red tint, no matter how faint, visible. She'd rip that part of the program out of the algorithm if she could, but the dumb thing had already become far too entangled and overdeveloped to the point she couldn't tell what was making it tick anymore. Why did she have to replicate coolant with red coloring? Maybe she should just revert back to blue or clear. Look Yerob, we made her sulk again. Tamery said, watching like a hawk would a rabbit hiding in an underbush. Not difficult. The machine said. It's not that bad, I'll be there to guide you through it. Tamery said, rambling on. He's not going to see you like an enemy, told me so himself. Atius is very open-minded. And charming. Clearly already compromised, Tarath thought, then reconsidered. Tamery was likely pulling one over her, within the 90th percentile, considering the deathless in question was well known to be disinterested in mating relationships. It's not like the Undersiders didn't know who he was, they owed him a few favors over the centuries. Deathless Atius is unlikely to reciprocate your advances. Tarath said. Oh, got some experience when it comes to mating rituals at. Tamery nudged, a grin growing on her features. The girl had grown very cheeky ever since Tarath had saved her life. I have read 112 biology books detailing different sections of human physiology. I am qualified to discuss. How many books on negotiations have you read? Tamery asked, voice innocent. Tarath considered for a moment. This felt like a trap. 82 books and essays on the subject. The human laughed. Well, with such a wealth of resources, talking to the deathless should be no problem at all, right? Ah. It had indeed been a trap. She tried to argue but found no possible excuses to avoid the meeting. With grudging reluctance she agreed. Very well, I'll meet the deathless and discuss the plans for the human citizens of the city. In the end, he would be her new neighbor if all went according to plan. Discussion and debates with him will become common occurrence. She ground her teeth and gave a resigned sigh. Please arrange the meeting. I'll set it up for us three. Tamery said with a smile, reading between the lines with little difficulty. Tarath was greatly pleased she didn't have to ask for Tamery to be there. It would have been mortifying. That said, perhaps she should reference her study material again. Despite all her preparations and study, she felt as if she'd been easily outplayed just now. Tarath always considered herself as someone who studied prior examples and used her research to optimize future plans. Situations that had been seen and handled by past figures, recorded down, were a perfect primer on what to expect and different real-world examples of how to deal with such events. To do that, she had to be good at researching and sorting through information. To date, nothing had trained her better at this than human culture, specifically the thousands of different extinct variations. Some of which seemed mutually exclusive to one another. A simple head shake could mean yes, no, maybe, look out, danger, love, happiness, and even disgust depending on what era and location. And, as she had found out, depending on if the culture had even existed or not. Humans loved stories. And they loved lying just as much. This complicated everything greatly. The Pale Lady's archive was massive and unorganized for such things. Tags and metadata were missing everywhere, or wrongly labeled, which was even worse. Historical records intermixed with fictional made-up records, where humans had fun imaging a world just slightly different, while writing as if it were complete fact. To humans of those days, they must have simply had the common sense and cultural context to instantly sort it out. Tarath did not, and that had been very difficult to work around. One thing that did result from all her sleuthing around had been her ability to sort through large unorganized datasets and filter through for the useful bits. And she was making use of that skill. The machine archives were massive, even when she had free access. Now, she reached out by sending proxies in her stead. Small archival programs reaching for a preset condition, innocently floating through the digital sea with no relation back to her, until they returned. The scouts were loaded with the best detection protocols she could make to sense if Mother even so much as glanced at them, a failsafe set to auto-delete and scrub their traces. She had to be extremely strategic with her limited bandwidth. Especially with the subject she was studying. Mother. Specifically, her history. Discussion had inevitably reached the reasoning for the surface, and Keith had been extremely suspicious when she'd explained to him her thoughts on Mother's current priorities. How the goddesses seemed to have long ago forgotten the real world in their fight with one another. In the past, she'd taken it as granted once she found out. The Winterscar was not so convinced, and gave her a few pointed questions to ask. Namely, know the enemy better than they know themselves. If she was going to trick Mother, she had to do so the same way Keith had done before against her, discover a weakness in behavior. A history on Relinquished could show patterns on blind spots. Items she could use to stall Mother's eventual discovery of her and her fledgling people before they had escaped to the surface. She dug in reverse order, finding out the more recent combat against Tsuya. Intrusions by the human goddess were repelled, feathers sent to clean territory, and digital space reclaimed. But Relinquished made no attempt to chase after the goddess. Tarath made a few darting searches in the tail end of those archives, finding easy evidence of Tsuya's intrusions and backtracking the data paths the goddess took. Eventually, the trail went cold, but Tarath had still discovered a great amount of details on Tsuya just from that simple exercise. Sloppy. Extremely sloppy. It seemed like both divinities had grown lax in the current era. Tsuya still eventually covered her trails, yet it was more as an afterthought than a priority. And Relinquished didn't bother hunting down Tsuya any more than the bare minimum needed, as if she'd done this song and dance so many times she didn't have the heart to go down and find the same exact conclusion as always. She dug deeper, searching for when the surface had vanished from the machine archives. 400 years into the past she found a drastic change. Mother had been far more ruthless digitally, hounding after Tsuya with a focus and attention that she utterly lacked today. Tsuya had equally been more methodical in covering her traces, blocking access and becoming a digital ghost almost instantly, leaving Tarath a single step on the back trail before it vanished away, if even that was left behind after all these years. She could see why Relinquished had given up hunting down the elusive human goddess. Tsuya was beyond catching if she didn't want to be caught. Tarath counted several thousand attempts, and no success. When she looked further into these attempts she found an oddity. Relinquished had attempted plots and schemes to trap and catch Tsuya. Almost all of which were simple. Tarath stopped here, pondering how an entity like Relinquished could be employing tactics that had only one or two layers to them at most. All the plots were well executed, but predictable and hardly creative. Tsuya, being hyper-vigilant, discovered each early on and threw them right back with little trouble. Tarath would have noticed them just as easily, and she was relatively new. Another 100 years back in time was a third drastic change of behavior. This deep into the archives, Mother's tactics and techniques were far more inventive and clever, having multiple different conditions and traps, as if an outright different person. Dozens of intricate layers that showed a cunning intelligence Tarath had originally expected of Relinquished, an AI that could take over the world. Tsuya was frayed, still escaping, but with far more narrow margin. The two traded blows, the war far more titanic. It made little sense. Today Mother hardly did anything in the digital world to catch Tsuya. And here, she was making massive movements, hundreds of counter-strikes, and churning the digital sea aflame, breaking entire tectonic shelves if she had to, nearly catching the human goddess dozens of times. What had happened in the middle point? Tarath investigated, searching for connections and meanings. When she checked the physical battlefields of that time period, she found a war unlike anything she'd seen. The humans had constructed a massive empire, reaching near global scales, across multiple stratas. And they were winning. Relinquished's deliberate sabotage on her army to keep them whittled down was backfiring immensely. Units she'd thought she'd hold onto forever, machines that had never known defeat for centuries on centuries, had been rapidly destroyed over the turbulent years of this era. These weren't feathers, rather older more venerable machine models used to hammer the original humanity into destruction. Weapons of true warfare. And now they were finally being destroyed in enough numbers to worry the Pale Lady. Relinquished went to create more and ran into a wall, the mites. Each factory she constructed to churn out stronger machines in mass had to be constructed somewhere. And everywhere was now mite territory, something she hadn't needed to deal with at the dawn of her war. Now, wherever she built her bases, the mites would soon discover and treat it as an open attack on their art. She was forced to pull back the better part of her forces closer to the underground to conserve them, while the more easily constructed lessers were the only reliable army she could constantly field. And they no longer were good enough to stand against the deadly humans of that era that were now capable of destroying her strongest units. Humanity not only held open ground, they were expanding out, led by an emperor at the forefront of the battle, wiping out machine armies with each appearance. It was utterly fascinating. An entire chapter of human history Tarath had never known about. One in which the humans had not only banded together, but became powerful enough to challenge machines that had once destroyed their forefathers. She sent out another scout to recover information on this emperor and waited eagerly for the return reply. A minute passed and her program didn't return. 2 minutes and she knew it would never return. Dozens of other packets she'd sent equally didn't arrive in the expected time. Her information flow had halted completely, leaving her in the dark again. There was only one reason possible. They'd all triggered their fail-safe protocols. Relinquished was stirring from her torpor. Book 4, Chapter 5, The World's Greatest Con. No good deed goes unpunished. I'd gone and talked to Wrath to help jog us out of our funk, and found myself somehow the middleman between clan and undersider politics, since I'd had the misfortune of being the one to suggest the plan out. Worse, most of the undersiders knew me as the Sword Saint's family, which meant a lot of people trying to cozy up to me to get an audience or message across to her. She had an actual fan club down here, people who were completely convinced she was sent by the goddess as a champion. Kedra, I mean. Wrath had her own fan club, for just about the same reason, and they were way more religious about it. Also more metal why. And most had glowing eyes too. The creepy kind. I'd have directed Captain Sagrius to chase off Kedra's fan club and cloud chasers, but the poor man hadn't done anything to deserve that kind of cruel and unusual punishment. So I handled it myself with creative and subtle excuses. I think some of them might have caught on when I claimed my pet fish was drowning and I needed to go, but that's life. Nevertheless, I escaped each time. And so long as it wasn't through a window screaming, I consider it a diplomatic success. I think among the undersiders I've been listed under the category of a marine animal that hid under its shell day to day and scuttled around in the night when nobody was around to watch. Which led me blessedly back to my little workshop, nice and tucked away. Like walking into the baths after working around the low-heat sections for a few hours near the externals. The workshop doors opened up wide to let me through, the 2 knights outside giving me a nod as I strolled in. All my stuff was where I left it, with one additional Winterscar knight meditating within the room. Given the contents inside my lair, and how curious the undersiders could be, I'd elected to always have at least someone inside this room to guard it at all times. Normally that was myself, and occasionally Kedra or one of her bodyguards back when the rest of the expedition hadn't yet arrived. Never Enka. I wasn't about to go ask her to stand around in a room for a few hours with nothing to do. I have some self-preservation instincts left after all this, somehow. Her minions were just as likely to knock over something fragile while trying to bug the room, so they were also out of the running. Couldn't rely on anyone but family these days. But they served as excellent bouncers, courtesy of Enka's top-tier minion training. The Winterscar knight stood as the bouncer now, giving a curt salute to me as I walked over. Master Winterscar. Nothing to report, no intrusions detected. Are you planning to remain for long? Yep. I said, already setting my sack and haggled goods down on a table. If I'm lucky, I might even get more than 2 or 3 hours before someone comes knocking at the door trying to sell me something. I'll take my leave then, my lord. He said and bowed. Thanks for the work. Hope it wasn't too monotonous while I was gone. Better the calm than the storm. He said, giving a few more half-truths about enjoying the moment to clear his mind despite the outright pain of guard duty, but surface knights were trained and took their work seriously. Especially keeping watch over what is now the house and clan's greatest secrets. If the undersiders still somehow stormed past 3 Winterscar knights, which would already be amazing in its own right, those knights did not mess around, and those undersiders somehow got into this workshop, they wouldn't get any kind of working occult gear. When I inscribed fractals, I was very quick to make sure they were covered up and hidden away. Specifically the soul fractal, which was the ultimate key to all the tech I worked on. I didn't have the luxury of waiting to be back home to work on this, but I wasn't going to take any chances either. When the door closed and I was back happily alone with all my trinkets as company. And one extra. That was extremely odd, because I don't remember a small comms unit transceiver being in any of my project plans. Cathida seemed to detect it at the same exact time that I did, cycling through her shields just to verify they were still online and working at peak capacity, while I yelped out for a scan around the room. A quick pulse showed no other recording devices or cameras anywhere, the only thing different was this. The little device blinked green, signal open. Cannot allow machines on surface. The comms box said, voice crackling with static, as if aware I was staring at it. Machine city on surface, disaster. Will destroy balance. Abandon path. Acknowledge. It took a few seconds for my head to reboot and reassess the situation. Somehow, even with 2 elite knights guarding the entrance, and 1 knight outright standing inside the entire time, all in relic armor that would be constantly vigilant, this comms unit had managed to find its way inside. "Hello, mysterious voice in a box, nice to meet you too," I said, letting my mouth take the wheel while the rest of me was running down the list of possible ways this could happen and what to do about it. Mind being a little less cryptic. "You bring machines to surface to build second sanctuary," it said, ignoring my attempt to be cordial with it. "City will be destroyed. All will die. Not a solution." So, whoever was on the other side of this comms unit, they had clearly overheard Wrath and I talking shop. They snuck under Wrath's security and vision along with my own. That's very not good. Not a lot of people capable of doing that. You know, it's usually polite to tell the other who you are first, or some introduction. Maybe tell me your favorite food or what you do for fun. Not relevant. You cannot bring machines to surface. Acknowledge. Given the broken wording, I had a hunch on who was speaking. Maybe it was one of the screamers that had walked in with me? That one with the scar, Yerob, spoke like this. Wrath wouldn't have thought it would be a security issue, so that explains how it had overheard everything. "You're a machine, aren't you?" I asked, trying to get it to feed me some more info. "Not relevant. Acknowledge danger bringing machines to surface. Acknowledge you leave path. Cheeky little thing. Clearly didn't want to play hanger ball with me. Why can't you tell Wrath or some of the other machines this directly? I would think a dire warning like this would get their attention." The box was silent for a moment, as if judging how much it wanted to say. "They cannot know. Knowledge must be constrained. Less know, better. You're going to have to be a little more convincing than that. I don't usually listen to cryptic mysterious scrap shit, as a general rule. If you're not going to tell me your name, or why you want to talk to me out of everyone here, let's start with how you got this COMM unit into my workshop. You bring machines up. You expose too much attention to surface. You break your purpose." The box said, clearly refusing to answer the question. "Worth a try." Yerob seemed like the most obvious choice so far, except that it was still a screamer, and would have been torn apart by any of my knights and had its skull used to kick around for fun. Not to mention they're rather large and hard to miss. Second option was that the COMM box could somehow walk around on its own. I picked it up, giving a closer look to see if I could spot small legs or some propulsion systems inside. Nothing jumped out at me, both figuratively and literally. The COMM unit looked like a regular COMM unit, and given how it was designed, I was strongly suspecting this to be default equipment from the Undersiders rather than anything machine. Even had a few scratch marks, making me think it was outright flinched off someone's belt. So the machine stole a COMM unit and somehow snuck it inside here. Odd set of talents. Not sure what you mean by purpose, I said, sending out orders to the knights nearby to search for possible intrusion. Sealing off my voice to just the helmet, I asked for Journey to do some lifting for me. "What range is that comms unit capable of?" The box was scanned, a battery of different tests weighed and judged before the armor had a few hypothetical ideas. "Probably nearby communication, as far as Journey can guess," Cathita said. "Shortwave, directed. Anything more than a few hundred feet and it'll be static garbage. Whoever's on the other side, they're nearby and don't want anyone else to notice or pick up the transmission. Awfully shy of them. Can you triangulate the direction? Running it right now." Damn thing was built to stop exactly that kind of sleuthing. Journey's going to need some time to filter through the garbage data. If you can, walk around with it, it'll help log signal strength. Buy some more time, dearie, insult its mother or whatever you do best. Aren't you the one with the creative insults? I just piss people off by breathing. Exactly, dearie, and you're doing such a great job at it, she said, the HUD cycling through a bunch of panels as her suites booted up. This wisecracking armor had the audacity to draw a thumbs up in dashes and lines for a few seconds on display while the rest of everything was loading up. The box wasn't aware of Cathita and I scheming together, continuing its rambling, clearly wanting me to tell it that I was going to somehow convince everyone. It certainly liked to repeat itself. Let's say I do manage to convince the machines to stay down here. Maybe they can all run off in a few hundred directions and lay low along the other machines. How about Wrath? Because leaving her down here where she can be picked off by relinquished isn't on my to-do list, so we're at an impasse. I said, half honest and half just forcing it to keep talking while Journey did its thing. A percentage came up on display, showing 10%. The box was silent, as if grinding their teeth. Then it crackled back to life. Feather may go, remain inside safe colony walls. It said, reluctantly agreeing, sounding a lot like it was offering a compromise. Better keep under colony. Do not go outside. Danger. All other machines, do not bring. Extreme danger. You break purpose. Too much attention. Too much go wrong. You ruin your purpose. Abort. Acknowledge. What purpose? You keep mentioning it, and it's not making any more sense each time. Be specific. I asked, honestly confused. Machines have directives, as far as I understand it, but humans are God's damned free to come up with whatever purpose we want. A pause. Then it spoke again, sounding annoyed, like it was speaking to a toddler that refused to understand. And to be fair, I wasn't exactly in a good mood. Expectations from random people did that to me. Underground humans have purpose. They fight, they explore. They fight the war. They explore the depths. They are the soldiers. Surface humans do not fight in the war. Surface humans do not explore underground. They are not the soldiers. What are surface humans? 20%. Journey was sure taking its sweet time here. When you mean soldiers, you're talking about the Imperials. Suya's army? I asked, taking a wild shot. Surface dwellers had been a thing even during the fabled Empire. Maybe even older than the Empire for all I knew. Yes. Yes. War against the machines. Try to retake world. Machines war against humans. Try to exterminate all. Has not worked. Humanity still here. I rolled my eyes, I noticed. You did not notice. You do not see. Has not worked, because of you. What are you? Has not worked because of me? No, not me, he meant what I represent, the surface humans it seems so obsessed about. Are you implying that the war isn't done and over because of something the surface clans are doing? Except, we don't fight machines normally. Or at all. Almost all scavengers are banned from going underground, except for knights and traders. And they're rare, sent out every so often only when needed. We're basically completely removed from all this. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Purpose. Think human. She bribes mites to build you homes. The box said. She designed Frostbloom to keep you fed. She calls down power to keep you warm. She sends Deathless to keep you together. She blinds enemy to keep you hidden. Why this? What are you? 33%. She. That had to be Tsiyua. I felt something on the back of my tongue. An answer was shaping up, and making my hairs stand on edge for how utterly ruthless and pragmatic that answer was. The comms box went quiet for a moment. And then it went completely unhinged when I wasn't answering. Tree is cut down, 10 times, regrows 10 times, if root never destroyed. What are you? Armor is destroyed, 100 times, regrows 100 times, if fresh resources still available. What are you? Fire extinguished down to ash, 1,000 times, rekindled 1,000 more, if ember still exists to reignite flame. What are you? Data is deleted, 100,000 times, recopied 100,000 times, if original never erased. What are you? There was a click, and the box went dark. Cathida grumbled, you scared it off. Best Journey could find is that it's northwest within 300 meters. That's a few dozen buildings to search through. I wasn't listening much. Her voice flowed over me like static. Suya didn't see individuals, she saw roles and macro movements. First time we met, she was perfectly willing to murder any amount of us so long as it served her end goals. Lord Atius was half convinced that the book left behind by Talon could have been a honeypot made to catch relinquished, even at the cost of a clan. Because something was out there wiping out evidence on the surface. What was the role of surface dwellers? Why had she gone through all that effort to keep us alive, fed, warm and hidden away? And how that related to the machines never being able to truly wipe out humanity. It wasn't that humanity had eked out survival somehow by gritting our collective teeth and finding ways to beat back the darkness like I'd thought. It wasn't that the goddess had gone insane over the years and forgotten about hunting down humanity, like Wrath had thought. I've seen the history Talon wrote, how past cycles of destroyed civilizations were dredged up and old things relearned. The key here was that they were destroyed. Relinquished had won. She'd likely won many, many times before. Wiping humanity off the earth again and again. But Tsuya had a hidden ace. Something that let humanity keep returning. That's why the machine goddess hounded after Tsuya as if there were no higher priority. It's because there really wasn't any. So long as Tsuya lived and held onto her secrets, Relinquished must have realized she could never end humanity. We'd be back somehow, again and again. From Relinquished's point of view, humanity would reappear from nowhere. What are you? The machine behind the comms had asked, and the answer seemed so obvious to me now in retrospect. I sat down in stupefied silence into my chair. The greatest con ever pulled off in history. I hide the most important things in a place she cannot conceptualize any longer, and she does the same to me. She'd said it to me herself, in the recording she'd left behind. I hadn't realized what she had meant back then. She hadn't been talking about the God's damned book. What are you? We were the emergency backup copy. So long as the surface clans remained alive, Tsuya could always restart even if Relinquished wiped out the entire world. The discussion I had with Atius rang bright in my mind again. In the dim light of the room, using his coat's buttons to display a board game, pieces placed around. Quirks that make little sense. He said, putting down pieces on the table with each sentence. Traditions that seem silly on the surface, only because the context behind them isn't exposed. The world doesn't make sense, simple solutions seem evident and yet haven't been implemented. Often it's what you don't see that's the more important lesson. The dark spots in history. The dark spots in history. Why the occult had never really taken off, even if Talon's book showed how to make simple heaters all surface clans would have replicated a million times over in a few months. Or why the internet was never made, even if a random reacher nobody like me already had some rudimentary ideas on how to implement it, as a teenager no less. If I could have thought of that, others had. And some of them would have had far more connections and skills than I did. Others who would have actually had the smarts, talent and connections to make it happen. The internet would spread in every direction. All across the surface at first. And then it would have eventually started to spread down underground in some way. So where was it? The dark spots in history. To keep a hidden ace, it had to remain hidden. Anything that could make too much light in the dark could potentially break Relinquished skis. Such as a direct wired connection to a location that shouldn't exist in her mind. There must be something that kept watch over the surface, quietly wiping away evidence and progress where there should have been. Destroying entire sites, even if two humans happened to be walking inside, all on the chance that her enemy would find a backdoor past her mental barriers. Lord Atius's unknown hostile entity that he'd taken such care to avoid triggering. It wasn't machine. It was Tsuya herself. Cathida pinged my comms. The knights outside signaled someone was approaching. Wrath. The feather hadn't ever come out looking for me like this before. When she opened the workshop door, I knew something terrible had happened. We need to prepare. Wrath said, eyes filled with panic. She's coming. Book 4, Chapter 6, Mother Pays a Visit, T. The connection came like an idle slap. A simple and curt request. Anything Relinquished asked was always an unworded demand. If Wrath didn't answer, she'd be admitting guilt by default. There really was no other choice but to accept. The world went white. Before Wrath was a massive ornate throne in which a small woman sat, wreathed in violet flowers growing across her arms, a hand idly propping her cheek up. The silver crown floating above her head made no doubts as to who she was, if her eyes already hadn't. They glinted with disinterested malice, buried under a veil of false care. Greetings, Mother. Wrath said, giving a full and proper bow. You requested my presence. The woman smiled, my dear daughter, I've been away for so long handling that dreadful Tsuya. I was meaning to check in on your progress. I see you've reported complete success. I have discovered the information you wished to know and I have killed the humans as well. Wrath said without emotion. The two items has eluded our grasp, both the orb and the metal box. We will need to wait until the Deathless returns before we can resume our investigation on that. Please forgive the delay on this front. Relinquished huffed. A pity, though ultimately harmless now. That orb was quite important in the past, not so much now that Tsuya found some way to build an army of the pests without those. I'm far more disappointed the box slipped by your grasp, that was an unknown. Careless of you. Forgive me, mother, I had no option on that. Relinquished's eyebrow raised. Oh? Excuses, my dear? Well then, explain away. What stopped you? Tuekar killed the Deathless too early. That human had been our only lead on the whereabouts of the items. Until he returns to life, we cannot question him. Tarath said, keeping her tone diplomatic. This was nothing more than a report. She would deliver it. Relinquished sighed. Always so excitable, isn't he? Chasing after his feuds, seeing old enemies in every shadow. And speaking of him, I see he's vanished from the world. I cannot even reach him through the Unity fractal. Curious, no? I wonder if he'd failed so miserably as to attempt to flee me? Silly little thing, thinking he could hide anything from me. A violet eye stared down at Tarath. I am unsure of Tuekar's whereabouts, my lady. She lied. I completed the tasks I could and have not had further contact with my elder brother since. If he has been able to hide from your sight, I have little hope of doing better. Did he leave anything behind that might help locate him? If Relinquished knew what Tarath had done, it was already over, and Mother was simply toying with her now. She had to keep going on the assumption Relinquished hadn't found out yet. Keith had been very explicit about throwing her older brother out the airlock and under the speeder with extreme prejudice. It was a traditional Winterscar maneuver to pull off in her situation, as Keith explained. The plan had merit, and she'd done her due diligence earlier to make it happen. Relinquished seemed to be on board with this so far. His last few reports have been, she waved a hand around, looking for the right word. Dramatic. The woman sighed, and waved her hand. No matter. He's no longer important. I'll find wherever he's crept off to, and drag him back to answer me. He'll pay one way or another. They always do. She shifted in her throne, sitting up and leaning forward. But never mind that unpleasant topic. What have you uncovered of my dear sister from those two humans she spoke with? Tarath sent a data request to the server and waited for its acceptance. The world shifted, now showing from a first point of view. This was from Tuekar's perspective, when he had met the human a second time, demanding answers. Tuekar's logs hadn't been private, sent out in batches to be saved within servers. She found he had begun to encrypt his recordings shortly after she'd healed Tamari, likely having suspected her betrayal at that point. But the encryptions hadn't been impossible to crack, and Tarath had days to break them open. With those logs uncovered, she'd seen exactly what he'd sent up until his last transition. She'd downloaded and deleted most of the files that could lead suspicion against her, going deep into the roots to make sure those were all truly gone. After which she deleted a bit more, to trim up the reports and make them look like Tuekar himself had been sloppy. She couldn't do much against reports that had been already sent out and read, though she could root out every other part. It would have to do. My elder brother gained some answers to the bunker, however he lost his patience and fought with the human shortly after. She noted, waiting for the recording to reach the combat point. She felt no worry for the remaining recording, as she'd chopped off the part of Keith's death, suggesting that Tuekar deleted the recording to preserve evidence of his defeat against humans. The very next recording had him limping, using his occult jump to escape further, going for the city. In reality he'd been trying to reach the city before Tarath could, but the memory fragment left behind implied a different context given her creative edits. This would be the last the world would see of Tuekar. Broken down and running away. Her elder brother would be beyond furious, knowing such a thing was his epitaph in history. The human had too many soldiers, weapons, and reinforcements for Tuekar to handle correctly and they forced him to escape. This is the last contact I had with him, incidentally. I apprehended the human in their city and had a far better position to gain intelligence from there. Tarath switched the recording, this time showing events from her point of view. The room in the memory fragment was well lit, of undersider architecture. At the center was a bound human male with scruffy hair. Her target. Tarath watched the replay, keeping her mind still and emotions in lockstep. This is the conclusion, human. She said within the recording to the bound man, reaching a hand out to his chin and lifting up to match his gaze. Your city is lost. Your armies and allies crushed. The Deathless has been killed, and you have no one to turn to anymore. You've escaped a few times, that was admirable for a human, however this is where you should know better. Tell me what I want, and I will spare the rest of the people here." Keith spat. That hadn't been part of the script they'd come up with, but Tarath had easily improvised, moving fast enough to swat the spittle out of the air with the flat of a wingtip as if dealing with an insect. "Charming," she said. "Very well, let me make this more clear. Each minute you refuse to speak, I will order 100 humans killed at random in the city. Do we understand each other?" The boy glared, held firm for a moment, and then deflated. "Fine, I'll tell you what you want. Just leave the people here out of it. Nothing in the bunker is worth much anyhow, you're going to be disappointed." Tarath let go of his chin and paced around. "What happened in the bunker?" she began. And Keith answered. Most of it was truth. Some fictional. A few bits that would entertain the lady, without revealing anything too important. Keith expertly delivered his lines, and Tarath hardly had to do anything dramatic. It matched with what he'd told to Ekar, only now there were more details and context to weave into a fitting narrative. She hit all the topics needed. Everything Tsuya said. The events in the bunker. Eventually winding down to the last few questions. On your person, you had a black box on your belt and a golden orb. Where are those 2 items now? Tarath's recording asked. Keith shrugged. Lord Atius took both. Last he spoke to us, he had already sent it along through traders to another Undersider city, to the Imperials. You didn't answer my question, human. Where are the 2 items? I don't kn. Tarath's sword quickly met Keith's throat, pressing slightly. Occult blades were dull, no trail of blood or broken skin came of it. The threat was ice clear however. All she had to do was turn the blade on. I asked a question. I expect an answer. It's probably in some priest's hands, with the Imperials. They get it secreted away somewhere in their vaults. I'm just a regular knight, they wouldn't tell me things like that. I don't even work with them, all Lord Atius would have to do is hand over the orb and that's it. He wouldn't keep something like that, I think. You think? I don't know. Keith hissed out. I'm just taking the best guess I can think of. You're the one putting a blade at my throat. And the black box you carried on your belt. Also handed it over to Lord Atius. You need to ask him where he put it, for all I know he might have dug a hole somewhere and buried it. He didn't tell any of us for operational security, in case we were taken alive exactly like this. Convincing enough. She continued to badger him for more information, but the human remained stubborn, claiming ignorance. He gave a few suggestions and hunches, all inaccurate and with little evidence to be found. Exactly on script so far. She'd doctored the footage itself so that any attempt to search for lies based on voice inflection would result in a false negative. Is that everything? Tarath had asked at the end. The human nodded. Everything I remember. I swear on all the gods, Relinquished showed up before Tsuya could say anything actually important. I'm no Imperial, I don't have any money riding on those cards. Lord Atius would know more, but he's dead right now. No thanks to your partner. In that case, I have no further use for you. She brought one of her sword before her eyes, turned it on casually and stabbed the boy directly into his stomach. This part had been real and Keith's reaction was exactly as expected of someone stabbed in the gut. Namely, he howled out in pain and cursed a few times, blood splattering down his shirt and pooling at his feet. Tarath drew the sword out, flicked the bits of gore and viscera off of it in one contemptuous move. The human before her squirmed in his bindings, coughing and panting. She used her medical suite to scan and test the human's wounds. Results quickly appeared, showing the exact time of death expected, the data easily shared and read by Mother. The wound was fatal and her systems agreed with that assessment, knowing no medical practice or surgery that could heal such a wound. She'd spent some time researching exactly where to stab Keith for the most dramatic effect. Something that Mother could verify had no possible resolution other than death, but was not an instant death sentence, such as a beheading. As a reward for your cooperation, I'll allow you to live for a few hours more. Tarath had said. Gastric perforation with a lacerated liver should see your life wink out in 3 to 4 hours. Enjoy the extra time I've so graciously allowed you. Worry not, you won't be alone wherever you ultimately go. I'll see your sister next. No need to thank me, human, I do so out of the kindness of my own heart. And the city. Keith wheezed out. Mine to do with as I please. You lied. You seem to misunderstand, I am under no obligation to follow deals made with insects. Farewell. She turned and walked off, leaving the room behind. The feed cut, and a new data package was loaded. A similar room, and Kedra was next, tied up to a chair like her brother had been. This part was the one Tarath was most nervous of. If Mother asked to see the full details in between Keith's death and walking into Kedra's interrogation room, she'd have seen Tarath turn and sprint right back into the room, using her fractal power to heal the boy all the while profusely apologizing. As it was, she hoped Mother would simply assume Tarath was skipping the unimportant parts. Fortunately, Mother did not ask. Relinquished watched with a faint smile at the theatrics, waiting to see the results of the second interrogation. It passed by with the same setup. Kedra refused to cooperate. Tarath claimed she would murder innocent people until the girl spoke, and then the willpower crumbled away. Kedra gave the same events, with the same details, since the two had previously worked together on keeping their stories straight. After which, Tarath stabbed the girl in the same manner, gloating about both siblings dying the same death. All things she thought Tuekar would have done, had he been in her position and still alive. She needed to act the part of a ruthless feather that hated humanity like all her siblings. And, of course, off-camera, she'd run back in to heal the Winterscar back to health. Kedra had been a lot less chatty and far more to the point about all this. Keith had been rather easy to gain forgiveness from in comparison. Food, further discussions on engineering topics and card games were all he asked. Kedra had remained stony and refused to give any suggestions on what Tarath could do for forgiveness, other than a cryptic demand for a future favor. Keith claimed it was political wheeling and dealing, Kedra being dramatic. Tennycent gave her more details, reminding her that his daughter had survived House Winterscar at its peak, all the while struggling to shield his drunken lost self and caring for her errant little brother. The girl had learned to take any opportunity that came. The undisclosed favor was exactly this, nothing personal. That didn't make the feather worry any less. As you can see, Tarath said, ending the recording before any of the deception could be shown, humans are a social creature by nature and form quick bonds. Simply threatening the lives of their peers was enough to break their will. Both humans have been dispatched as of now, since I have confirmed Tsuya's words in the bunker. The last human that could have seen the events was a deathless, one Atius that you spoke to directly. Unfortunately, as I've mentioned, my mentor had already gone and killed him, using a weapon that would not allow him to return for another few months or even a year. He did not follow proper protocol or my suggestions. She brought up some of Tuekar's own logs for this again, showcasing the feather's research into a more permanent way to murder Atius and the blade he eventually forged for the task. There wasn't any footage of the actual murder, since Tuekar had sent humans to do the work for him, likely believing it to be the greatest irony. The feather loved to obsessively salt wounds wherever he could. A shame. Relinquished said, waving away the data, the world returning to the present. It seems I interceded too quickly in their discussions. However, it's clear to me that we have another problem on hand. Your defective mentor. Near the end, he was sending me the most curious and increasingly strange reports. I worry for all my children, of course. Some more than others. Have you noticed his decline? These strings of foolish choices bode most poorly on him. And I quite despise when my instruments forget their place. Tarath stopped herself from gulping, and schooled her features. I found elder brother to have many, paranoid delusions. I believe his loss of a hand caused a cascade of failures within his mind. It went directly against his name, to have been crippled. He was also challenged and defeated by humans who had come up with new weapons that could have been easily countered, had he not been careless. This likely further sent him over the edge. He had his hand cut by his rival, been humiliated before Mother's steel grasp, and was half destroyed by the very humans he'd sneered at. It's well within possibility that his mental state was far too damaged to be coherent. Tarath knew that hadn't been the case. He'd remained coldly sane all the way to the end, refusing to turn against Mother and following his directive to death. But no one else knew that. She pulled out of the archive his first fight with Keith, showcasing his shells near complete destruction before his escape. I pulled this record from an archived duplicate. The original was not found within his submitted logs. I believe he was too proud to report his full damages to you, or he feared your reprisal. You had let him know a second failure would mean destruction. Relinquished looked through the footage with intrigue. Such a silly child, she said. Running away from a single human. No wonder the fool went into hiding. A lamentable end to an otherwise excellent operational history. I'm quite pleased you hunted down this human and didn't fall into the same traps that your predecessor did. Relinquished leaned back in her throne, pondering. He was among my better feathers, you know, if somewhat outclassed by some of his more specialized peers of that generation. Perhaps he was growing outdated without my notice? Age happens to break most things, I find. She hummed, thinking. Should send you to search for him? Or would you rather take a moment to consolidate your gains under your banner? He's certainly lost such privileges when I find him, consider everything of his yours now. It is how the world turns. Things were looking quite good, Tarath thought. Mother had bought the interrogation and was now suspecting Tuekar of incompetence instead of studying Tarath for treachery. Keith's technique of throwing the brick, blaming the neighbor and running away was working. She only needed to stay the course. Mother, if I may, I'd like to remain in the current location to continue running tests on the local human population now that I have them under my control. The chosen are proving to be interesting to study, and with a supply of humans, I'll be able to discover further weaknesses in their cohesion. I believe it will let me ferret them out better in the future. Relinquished smiled jovially at her. Inquisitive, aren't we? Very well. I have my answers, and I have other means to find Tuekar. I'll allow you this boon. She paused for a moment, as if remembering a detail. Ah, but there is something of note. I've detected intrusions into the archive by rogue programs. Searching for information that's quite suspicious. Stemming from near your location. Perhaps some of your human experiments are attempting to root through our belongings. I will investigate and take actions should I find this to be the case. Tarath said, keeping calm. Eliminate them when you find them, I do not suffer such annoyances. It will be done, Tarath said without hesitation. Relinquished gave her a deeper smile. I expect nothing less. You may go. She waved a lazy hand and Tarath's connection was cut. The pale lady watched the tiny feather vanish from her domain, retreating back to that small shell of hers like a terrified hermit crab. She remained behind sitting on her digital throne, content, a soft smile on her features. My dear abdication, you would have been so pleased at the speed. She's made quite the progress. She hummed to herself. Tuekar's loss was unexpected, but nothing that would waylay results. He'd done the majority of his part admirably already. He'd miserably failed the rest, which she hadn't expected at all. Silly thing. That hadn't been part of the script. No matter. Feathers were only tools, expendable. Only one feather in existence had proved irreplaceable, and yet even now his plans still moved as he'd predicted. Faster even, Tarath had been too perfect of a candidate. He couldn't have predicted that. Everything of importance was still going according to schedule. She could simply replace Tuekar's role with another. Something else could push her project to become the deadly venomous shiv she needed. There were many ways to supply the pressure and adversity to sharpen a blade. Her hand searched through the roster, seeking for the right whetstone. She found him easily. A coward of a program. A sneaky thief that had somehow ghosted past her filters, ending up at the top slot among the competition for the next open shell, all by abusing the rules and bending the competition in ways they could not counter conventionally. She hadn't noticed at the time, allowing the weakling through without much thought. But, what was done, and by the time she'd realized the imposter had slipped by, he was already in command of the new shell of that month and there were no easy ways to pry him out without destroying the expensive shell itself. Relinquished had hoped she was wrong about the little program. That it would surprise her in some way. She'd been soundly disappointed. Hardly 10 years in operation with the vast majority of combat marked as retreats. A failure of a feather. The runt of his generation. And worse, she knew the program would remain static. He began as a failure and thus he could never be more than a failure. Abdication's improved method of creating loyal feathers came with a steep loss of potential power compared to the originals of his generation, but it guaranteed they would not entertain treachery once engaged in combat, like the rest of his siblings had. And thus far, it had proven the test of time, all these centuries later. This weakling would be perfect for the work. She'd grind away a thorn in her heel with the same move. A request was sent out. One of my feathers has run away. Tuekar. Find him. She received a confirmation ping from him and nothing more. As almost an afterthought, Relinquished folded 2 other feathers of average quality nearby under his leadership, to even the odds out. Just enough to make things interesting. After all, what was waiting at the end of his mission had killed one of her second-generation feathers. It was only fair. Book 4, Chapter 7, Dinner is served. I could see Wrath looking like she'd run a mile in deep snow, shaken and mentally exhausted. Given what she'd just had to face, I'd also be part of the same speeder climbing up the same cliff. For a machine, feathers were oddly expressive, to the point they seemed more human than we did. Back when I'd known her as Hecate, I thought of her more like someone that had zero filter and utterly could not keep a poker face to save her life. I knew better now after I'd talked to Father about it. Feathers delegated all their small tics, like facial expressions, walking gaits, and hand motions, to sub-algorithms, which would quickly specialize into complicated monstrosities of code that even the feathers couldn't parse through, effectively emulating the human unconscious. Just dialed up a few notches, because feathers relinquished had wanted to make them better than humans in every category, and a blanket rule like that did come with trade-offs. They multiplied everything human, not only in their physical appearance but also in terms of emotion. At least, as far as Father explained it. He wasn't very tech-literate, but he really did try his best with this one. Didn't have a choice in the matter, knowing his enemy was mandatory if he was going to mount any kind of offense at the time. All this to say that if Wrath didn't pay attention, her subroutines would outright make everything she was thinking about painfully visible. The marble white skin was still eerie, but that had slowly faded away to feeling more normal the more time I spent around her. Comparing her to the spider that chased us a lifetime ago, I might as well be watching someone completely different with only the occasional echoes to an older time. She may be onto us, Wrath said, sitting on her small throne of cubes, nervously fidgeting. She didn't leave this location too often these days, spending most of her time digitally roaming around the city to verify things were running smoothly. I imagined a desk and paperwork in front of her. Made it easier to conceptualize what she was doing other than sitting around with her eyes closed. What % onto us are we talking about here? A coin flip or time to pack up and hit the wastes? I asked. Wrath thought for a moment, eyebrows scrunching up. My prediction software places the chances at a low 23%. Nothing in the conversation marked any warning signs. If she is aware, she is intentionally obfuscating that conclusion. But you still think she's playing around? She nodded slowly. I understand all assembled data point to the safer outcome. I may simply be compromised internally and overly suspicious. That's called a gut feeling, and usually they're on the mark. I said. We should start packing our bags up anyhow. I need to live through all this scrap shit to get to the food part of our deal. They have fish on demand here, I'm not going back until I choke on fish bones first. Wrath nodded. I agree with the first sentiment. I would also recommend you not dying to fish bones, that would be most ignoble. I will contact Yerob and the rest of the machine army here for preparations to move to the surface. It will be disorienting for them. They need advanced warning. Ah. Right. That tidbit. With Wrath running into my sanctum asking to slightly murder me for the camera, I hadn't really been able to wrap my mind around that news bomb. Even more that it was delivered by a machine of all people, which only made the plot weirder. I've recently learned a few things that change up the plan. A tiny bit. A tiny bit? Wrath asked, an eyebrow raised high in doubt. People catch on so quickly, outright unfair it is. Okay, fine, a lot. I sulked and delivered the bad news all at once. We can't evacuate the machines to the surface. Wrath paused, then leaned off her little throne looking me square in the eye as if I were a bug to squash. Explain. See, now she looked more like a real administrator. No need for a desk or anything. So, funny story, I got a tip from a suspicious source who contacted me through a comms unit smuggled into my workshop under everyone's noses. And when I was alone, it told me I should abandon the idea of letting machines go to the surface because you'd all die if we did that. No, I'm not making that up or embellishing the details, it actually happened. In its defense, it made a great point. She tapped her finger on a concrete block, clearly waiting for the rest. Do you mind if we continue this over encrypted comms? Just to be safe. She nodded, and Journey pinged a comms request. I accepted and went right into it. Turns out, Siyua had a clear idea when she took out Relinquished's ability to conceptualize the surface, she needed a place to hide anything, including a reserve population of humans. That got her eyes to widen, and I could see her connect the dots just like I had. A reserve population? Oh. Not a great look for humanity. We were less like the tenacious heroes, somehow holding off the darkness against all odds, and more like that annoying drunk that snuck back into the estate grounds each time we were not so politely escorted out by the house guards. In this case the house guards were genocidal machines hell-bent on destroying us and likely extremely pissed we were still around. It gets worse, I said, a hand out before she could say more. I don't think Suya decided to trust anyone to just stick to the pact. There's no gentleman agreement going on here. She went with the heavy-handed approach. Got a clean-up team of some kind running around wiping out any nail that sticks out too much. Since she likes to use the Imperials and they're known to operate on the surface, they might have an executioner squadron running amok up there. Or a group of deathless would be more her style. Why leave it to a group of wishy-washy people handing down traditions that could inevitably hit some conscientious objector? Pick a group of undying everlasting soldiers who all signed up for this knowingly and wouldn't change their minds over the years. No. There is another force that would make more sense. The proto-feathers. Wrath said. They, what? She stood out of her throne and walked over, wings folding into a skirt around her waist. We should adjourn for food. As I understand, it is a human tradition to share longer stories over a meal. And this will be a very long story. Ah. I grinned, still a gourmandizer deep down on the inside I see. Wrath pouted, puffing up a cheek as if insulted. No, this is not the reason. She insisted. Speaking to mother directly has put considerable pressure on my nerves. I find food and novelty helps keep my mind occupied. In general, adult humans have between 2,000 and 4,000 taste buds in total. I have 7,000, and am still experimenting with altering parts of them. Fine-tuning requires more tests. Also, you did mention you wanted to eat fish. I shrugged. As long as you're paying. Never say no to free fish. She did, indeed, pay for the meal. And boy was I in for some culture shock. I'd been getting my meals delivered straight to me by Kedra or the nights before. Now that I was being dragged outside and shaken out of my fugue state, I was starting to realize just how different the Undersider city was in comparison. The place was a weird mix of fantasy tropes and real living experience. Some parts made sense, others made no sense, and the traditions were all weird. In the clans, we had a few centralized food courts where 2 to 3 dozen food carts surrounded the multi-level tables at the center. Mechanical lifters would bring food trays up and down the levels so people could climb ladders in peace, along with designated times when people were allowed in, generally divided up by caste and sleeping hours. Logi handled that part. Food carts took different spots at different levels, depending on their seniority and ranking. Anything that could be communal property was, in order to reduce the amount of overhead each food cart needed to bring with them. Leftover food got delivered straight to the agri-farmers to do their magic, usually ending up as mushroom feed. I don't know all the details, other than the rumor of stiff competition between carts and micro-wars of their own going down, but generally consolidating space was the name of the game up there. The only exceptions were the house galas and festivities thrown, where they'd pull out all the stops, or within retainer houses which were rich enough to have their own Miko colony, complete with a feast hall for the larger retainer houses. Winterscar had one, and we often rented it out to the smaller houses for example. Well now we did, once Kedra got a hold of the house finances after she became the Winterscar Prime. She was racking income hand over fist for that one. Down here was a story of opposites. A single room dedicated to one food cart was something of a generic fantasy trope that kept appearing in all the older books, oftentimes not even a room but an actual building. Novel and confusing the first time I read it, but they appeared everywhere in everything I read, right alongside other staples like elven forests, dwarven fortresses, outdoor parks, human castles, oceans, and tropical islands. As I grew older, I learned that some things really were fantasy and other things had actually existed at one point. Like massive glorified wooden sleds that somehow floated on water despite weighing a few hundred tons, with cloth sails that used the wind to push that massive weight across mythical unfrozen oceans. How that ended up being real but not normal underground dwarven cities was something I still had a hard time wrapping my head around. Now, surface dwellers liked their festivals. We'd often go long ways to dress up for different occasions, costumes of expensive bright colors to display celebration, and wealth, music, acting, stage props, the works. I think my favorite was the Rising New Moon Festival, where entire dragons were crafted, needing multiple puppeteers inside to make them come alive along with a whole group of performers singing out the song stories accompanying each. Anytime there was a chance to decorate or play with costumes, the clans took it greedily and went all out to impress their neighbors and get their house names out there. I was used to seeing all kinds of replica props and theme rooms. Walking into the restaurant felt exactly like that. Complete with waitresses in their expected costumes. As if a house was throwing a gala and had rented and furnished this entire room for the occasion, everyone pretending to be part of a story, all while knowing in a few days the room would be returned to normal since operational costs to keep such a thing going was far out of reach. Except here it wasn't a story, the restaurant was completely real and had been in operation for years. The staff weren't just the house staff having fun role-playing as people from the olden days. The uniforms worn weren't facsimiles made in a few days to look the part, they were completely functional, right down to the slightly faded fabric from the hundreds of washes over a lifetime. Even their act was the sort of weary veteran, having done this song and dance a few 100,000 times. As if to spit in the face of anything conventional, the place was larger than the Winterscar hall itself. And we were considered high-ranking nobility in the clan. Undersiders were obscenely rich. No wonder they saw us as savages. Seats for two. Wrath said jovially, clearly used to this. The terrified waitress nodded slowly. Would you like regular seating, or VIP seating? She asked, admirably stuttering only once. The rest of the people here were growing silent, watching the feather stroll in without a care in the world, while I was busy staring at everything except the feather next to me. VIP seating if you would. I have matters to discuss in private. She said. A nod, a motion to follow, and off we went deeper into the massive room. And here was surprise number 2. This restaurant didn't just have one room reserved only for their patrons specifically. The waitress led us to fucking stairs. When I thought my jaw couldn't drop lower, it turns out the upper floor was dedicated to single smaller rooms that were sealed off, with only one table at the center. The VIP seating. They even had their own plates and utensils that never left this building. The waitress welcomed us in and brought out sheets of papers with food items listed there. Here are the menus, would you like some water to start out with, or do you have a drink in mind? She asked, this time with far more ease. Shock wearing off as she defaulted back to her usual boilerplate. Wrath ordered us drinks and food since I had no idea what anything was or how I was supposed to act. Tamari suggested this location. The VIP rooms in this restaurant were designed for high-level transactions, the walls are soundproof and there are no recording devices. An additional sweep with my own sensors confirms their claims. We may speak in confidence here. Sure, I floundered a bit, the sheer everything was getting to me. We had a god's damned window and it showed a view over the city lake. I couldn't make this up even if I tried. Do you mind if I ask you a bit of general questions about the city? I realize I've been living under a hatch, and there's maybe 100 or 300 details I don't understand. If we have the time to talk given the events. Wrath smiled, outright preening. As someone who recently learned a great deal about that topic, I would be pleased to let you know more of my city. If relinquished is coming, the scale of time will be measured in weeks, not minutes. Tamari would remind me often that even with war and strife in the world, it is important to relax and live, as she claims. Go ahead and ask. Your city, hey? I said. Very possessive of you. Her smile didn't fade, only growing slightly predatory as she looked out the window to her city. I suppose this may be a remnant of my starting nature. Spiders are possessive of what we claimed as ours. Then she frowned, flicking her gaze back at me, looking almost confused for a moment. Wrath's fidgeting had an order to it I learned back when she was Hecate. The feather tips of her wings would start to flicker around, clinking softly against one another, even while folded up tightly. After which her hands cupped each other and thumbs would start kneading the joints. If she still hadn't noticed the signs at that point, the next thing to happen would be a red blush over her cheeks, where she'd finally pick something to stare at in the distance. Usually at that point she'd notice and snap out of whatever bubble of thought she'd been stuck in and quickly school her features back into control. Interesting thing to note is that I had the order wrong this entire time. Hecate's tan skin hid the blush long enough to be last place on her typical tells. Wrath's alabaster skin in comparison did nothing to hide that blush, so that showed up almost instantly, before even the hand wringing or feather clinking. Something the matter? I asked, watching her start the motions and immediately filing that into my mental list of things to poke fun at. She froze, face going slack and the red tint bleeding away from her cheeks. Nothing is the matter. I only realized a possible error within my systems and will need to review it for later. Now, you had questions. We spent a few hours talking shop about the city, and the strange culture down here. As I discovered, I wasn't alone in having a hard time picking apart what was real and what was fictional. Elves were supposed to be fictional, but there were dozens of photos I've seen of elves proudly displaying bows, or posing before a large tree. Wrath added more fuel to the fire, showing there was recorded footage of elves doing impressive things with bows, or walking around fairs. Those had all ended up being staged, just human actors pretending to be elves. Turns out, humans of old also liked acting out stories, so some things of our nature remained the same no matter the era. On her part, Wrath had access to a far more massive archive of books, only terribly sorted. Being a bookworm and having to integrate quickly into human society while undercover, she thought she could get away with reading a few thousand books and digesting it all. If Tamery hadn't been there to help Wrath sort through what was normal and not normal, romance-tagged books alone would have gleefully seen her plan burn to the ground. It was pretty fun all said and done. Wrath had a lot of odd stories about her short time in the city, and some of the scraps she'd been in with Kedra. The two had very quickly set up some unworded gentlewomen's agreement not to cause collateral damage, so fights would often be pushed far out from where they initially started. Wrath didn't want her hard-earned city to be blown up, and Kedra didn't want innocent people caught in a crossfire. They compromised and ended up slowly moving their fight over the lake and the pillar rubble whenever they ran into each other. Talk of fighting eventually led us right back to the fabled proto-feathers and more somber topics. Like Deathless, there are generations of feathers where we appear in a wave, usually with slight upgrades from research advancements studied from prior generations. Tuekar was second generation. Shells were more economic, and easy to manufacture and masse. They were sub-optimized, with many flaws that wouldn't be corrected until later generations. She said. Funny, wouldn't have guessed that given his ego. His generation wasn't made to fight humanity. They were made to hunt down the first generation and destroy them. His words back then clicked neatly into place. I was created to hunt down and kill deities. What hope do you have? The true threat of the second generation wasn't from optimized construction, or stronger material composition. What they have has been outdated for centuries. Their learned skills and experience over that time span is where their reputation comes from. As Wrath explained more about the troubled history of the machines, it only made me consider how lucky we'd gotten. The fucker had literally been an assassin that hunted rogue feathers. Tough damn luck. No wonder he caught on to her rebellion so quickly. He was already primed to look for that. Even worse, the proto-feathers, as Wrath described them, were basically walking city crackers, requiring entire armies to hold off. And those were Undersider armies, filled with relic armors and weapons. Surface clans were lucky to have 20 relic armors in total. For the machines to take them down, they needed teams of feathers working together to grind one down. Yep. That would do it. I said. If those last two proto-feathers are missing, they're on the surface. No doubt about it. They'd have vested interests in keeping the surface from being discovered by relinquished. Tsuya probably cut them a deal. I don't think they'd be in a negotiating mood when they spot a machine army making camp on their side of nowhere. Even if we could defeat or placate them, I assume drawing relinquished to the surface would spell the end of humanity as a whole, yes? Wrath asked, already knowing the answer. Far as I understand it. Lose-lose situation, either we win against two demigods and have humanity under risk of being discovered by relinquished, or, more probable, we lose and your people get massacred. And while the risk of getting discovered isn't exactly certain, humanity hasn't ever been winning against the machines on our own might. We've got a handful of cities after all this time and that's it. Wrath's halo twitched, circling around slightly as if with a mind of its own. That has not always been the case. She said. I have uncovered some history in the archives that shows humanity did nearly make a recovery on its own power. That was news to me. When? I asked, and already realized the answer a moment after. Cathida was about to become even more of a pain in the ass. By default I had her muted each time I talked to Wrath, but the old bat could still listen in on what we talked about. Which meant she was hearing everything said right now, and had a lot of opinions about it. There's really only one song surface dwellers knew about that had humanity standing anywhere near a threat to the machines. The Grand Empire of old. Looks like it wasn't quite so much myth and legend. Book 4, Chapter 8, A Dangerous Gamble. Around 700 years ago, the Deathless and Feathers first appeared. Wrath said, outlining what she'd found in her deeper searches through the machine archive. At that period, humanity was succeeding in the war effort. A massive empire had been formed and was succeeding at breaking deeper into the stratas, stopped only by the more powerful machines left behind under those layers. I really wish you weren't right about this. I grumbled. Cathita is going to be insufferably smug for at least a month. The old crusader only dug her heels further into the ice whenever pushed about the subject of being civil with Wrath. Half my attention was on Wrath's words, the other half was on the delightful second helping of fish and mushroom stuffed crab ragout, or however it's pronounced. Some kind of dish served in a crab shell the size of my palm, with a blend of brown meaty mushrooms and savory crab bits. Supposedly, one would scoop up the contents and pair with the breaded fish bite by bite. Also I had yet to choke on fish bones, so they were really good at picking those out. Not that I wasn't paying full attention as Wrath explained the most important parts of human history only a few ever had the source of truth to, but this was fish after all. Hard to imagine relinquished let things get that far out of hand. I said, cheeks puffed up and already shoving more into my gullet. Doesn't she eradicate cities growing too big? Pilgrims always say cities have to remain smallish otherwise the machines come down hard. Here, she let an entire empire walk over her. Analyzed records on past machine aggression prove that point, yes. Wrath said, taking an absent-minded bite out of her empty crab shell, as if it were bread. How the empire gained a foothold or grew as large as it did was not something I was able to recover, yet. I have suspicions. The key point being that an emperor led the human armies. Led the charge directly in the fight? Or led from a command tent far away from the battle? Also, you know the plates are edible too, right? I said, after she'd finished her crab shell and was left with an empty shining metal plate. Her eyes looked down at the plate for a half-second, before glaring back at me, narrowing with suspicion. I will not fall for your tricks. She huffed. I already tried once and Tamery made it clear that this was not done. Sure, but what if she's wrong and you can eat some plates? I asked, innocently. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. The waitress passed through, carrying a tray of similar plates all loaded with more steaming food, all the while taking the empty plates back, cutting me off from my plans. This would be her third time showing up, and she seemed more and more confused with each trip. She'd stressed to us that some of the meals we'd picked were made for a group of 4 people. That hadn't stopped Wrath and sounded more like a challenge to me. Portion size was something undersiders didn't do well in my opinion. On the surface, we'd have plenty of food grown cheaply and in mass quantities, so the calorie intake was high. It needed to be, the cold up there always snuck through the walls even with the heating making a constant fight of it. Not to mention walking in the snow or climbing cliffsides to reach sites of interest was not something that could be done by weaklings, especially lugging around a full evosuit. So all clans mandate a certain level of fitness which can't be reached on a small diet. That sort of requirement trickled down to all the different castes, each requiring their own specific set of fitness goals, with retainers being the most strict. We did go out into said snow and cliffsides while the rest of the castes only needed to be prepared for emergency situations. All the castes except for the Logi, who were fueled by pure caffeine and spite as far as I knew. But they were the exception to a lot of things already, so no surprise there. Weight moves weight was the old adage whenever someone was working to reach the requirements. More hours in the gym, put a full evosuit when going practice climbing in the hangar, and most importantly, when in doubt, eat more lime-grilled crickets. Down here, the undersiders clearly didn't have that kind of culture, or any insect-based diets either. All their plates were tiny things, more art than anything actually filling. Lot of things were far more soft and tender too, not much crunch anywhere. Other than crab shells and plates. No wonder they were so short compared to us. Felt like a giant walking through the city, which isn't something I'm used to up on top. The waitress put down the new dishes before us, a set of sauces of different colors along with a foot-long grilled fish to be shared together. The white red meat had already been stripped, cut into bite-sized pieces, leaving just the head as decoration. At least, decoration to me. Wrath was most certainly going to be eating that at some point. Is this still raw? I asked, taking a closer look at the dish. The waitress nodded. Certain fish species can be eaten raw when prepared correctly, and of good enough grade. This is some of the finest. Wrath was also nodding along. I had earlier arguments with Tencent about the viability of eating raw fish. The next time you meet him, please let him know he was wrong and I was right. I thought about eating raw fish, shrugged, and went with it. So far the food had been pretty good. Maybe a week of working away at my projects had helped settle my nerves enough to start enjoying small things like this again. A few more bubbly drinks of fruits I hadn't heard before were set down and the waitress left us alone with the next course. As I understood it, the Emperor was on the front line as vanguard, in every battle. Wrath said, already starting on her side. That doesn't sound much like what an emperor would do, I said, trying out the first few sauces with the raw fish strips. Even commanders don't go into the front lines, much less a political busybody like an emperor would. Correct. Wrath said. The emperor must have had combat abilities that allowed them to survive the front lines. And they must have been powerful abilities to justify continuously placing themselves in each battle. That leads me to a possible conclusion that this emperor was the linchpin and reason humanity was winning at the time. At a lower strata, there is a known teleportation network which would allow travel anywhere needed. Once they breached into this strata, the humans would have become a plague to deal with. I thought about it from Relinquished's point of view. A strong emperor wiping out machine armies somehow. Maybe with the occult? Possibly a deathless. The Pale Lady, able to lead a massive machine army and watching them get destroyed by a single human leading the charge. I sort of see where the proto-feathers were imagined from. Relinquished tried to copy whatever the Emperor was about, didn't she? Are there such a thing as proto-deathless? Do we know more about this Emperor? She shook her head. My connection to the archive was interrupted at that point, when I had sent out for more detail. I know nearly nothing about mankind's Emperor. What I know about Deathless are generic details about their behavior patterns and expected combat techniques. No history, only individual files. Mankind's Emperor, I thought, slowly destroying the dish between us. I was thinking back on the might prophecy that Wrath had once told me. Made sense this sort of figure was outright listed as part of the prophecy if they were powerful enough to squash armies. To draw out the final enemy. Wrath said, finishing the second part of that snippet. It's clear to me the mites believe this old empire will be returning in some fashion and that the previous emperor has possibly been dormant this entire time. Or captured and needs to be freed. To draw out the final enemy sounds a lot like a challenge statement. I said, adding to what we knew. You think the Emperor reappearing will cause Relinquished to show up on a battlefield herself? I suspect that is the case. Relinquished didn't stir when I unlocked files for the proto-feathers, but data fragments of the human Emperor did. This must be something that she classified as more dangerous. I should pay a visit to the local imperial church. See if they can tell me more about their songs and stories. Maybe we might find some details there. I said. Plus, it might give a head start on your quest for the mites. Wrath looked thoughtful for a moment. How far are you willing to involve yourself in this? I could tell what she was really asking here. Right now, we were figuring out ways to get her people to safety. Once that was settled, Wrath would likely go back to paying back the debt she owed the mites. Which would involve her looking around for the Emperor and probably getting in touch with the other aspects of that prophecy. Strictly speaking, I could handle what I needed to hear in the city, and head back home to twiddle my thumbs. Die happy of old age at some point. If I was feeling generous, I could even sell her some of my newly crafted items over the years. At a steep price and some haggling of course, I still had my integrity. Father's words floated through my head. I don't know where this road leads, yet I believe it is worth following. You want me to come with you, after we're done with all this? For the prophecy you're dealing with, I mean. I asked, cutting right into the heart of it. Wrath looked outright guilty. I am aware this is not your fight, and asking for help in this task would be, extreme of a question, when you could simply return to the surface and live out the rest of your life in relative peace. I know you are already stretching your hospitality by staying and assisting with this. What was your plans otherwise for the mites, if your people were safe? I asked, feeling curious about Wrath's future. I would remain hidden on the surface for a few years to grow my combat skills and solidify my skillet of fractals, before I attempted to follow through with the might prophecy myself. Or at least hidden near the top layer, if not outside. I munched on my fish, thinking it through. What exactly could I even bring to the table here? I'm just a regular human under the armor in the end. She shook her head. Regardless of what happens, I will need a human specialist with me. Deathless, feathers and machines all have a 7 fractal limit, while regular humans do not seem to have any limits. Out of all the humans I know, you are the one who has the most experience and skill in the occult. You want me as an occult specialist? She nodded. Getting yanked into this sort of mission was basically asking to die along the way. This was the sort of calling for deathless or heroes of myth. And I wasn't in either of those two categories. Strictly human here, and exactly as squishy. Sure, I had the occult, a few nasty tricks up my armored mitts along with some bad ideas I could throw out. But sending a human on that mission was basically asking them to melt the wastes. I thought back to the clan, on any unfinished business, and found myself oddly content with how everything had turned out. Also, death in this world wasn't quite so permanent as it had been before. I was in a position mostly deathless got to be in. Even if I got iced, so long as I prepared ahead of time, I might pull one over the Reaper. It wasn't exactly a free airlift out of the scrap shit. Father was still stuck as a bodiless specter. But he was alive, so there was still a chance to get him back into the real world somehow. I grabbed another strip of fish, dipped it, and shoved it in my mouth, all while saying words that would change the direction of my life forever after. Sure, guess I could tag along. Wrath smiled fondly, looking relieved. I brushed off her thanks and went back on topic, mostly because I was feeling a little embarrassed for having committed myself to this insane quest, but it wasn't just to do with helping Wrath. There was a real chance to do good in the world, to really help fix it. The Might prophecy, if it was true, was something more on the level of ending relinquished. This was what Night Retainers were all about. We'd taken our vows to be the bulwark that stood against the storm. There's a few other smaller religions in the city from what Kedra's told me about. I'm sure a historical event like an empire probably had some impact on the other religions, not just Imperials. There has to be their version of it in the smoke. Wrath raised an eyebrow. You are attempting to avoid speaking to the Crusader engram within your armor, aren't you? Not at all, I lied through my teeth. What could possibly make you think that? Eventually, you will need to speak to them. She said, clearly unconvinced. This engram might contain more information than the local chapter here will. Eventually. That said, if they hadn't found the Emperor by now, clearly they're missing something already. She mulled that over, fork held still, giving me a free chance to snag some more fish before she ate the rest. There is one possible manner of recovering more information at this point. She said. If it works, it would contain information that the Imperial religion may not be able to obtain on their own. However, this method would almost certainly be dangerous. Another source of information that the Imperials would not be able to tap into? That would exclude any undersider or surface cities. Gods above, even the slavers and raider compounds wouldn't be safe from being looted by angry enough Imperials if they were hiding information on the Emperor. That left only 3 places the Imperials couldn't get their golden gauntlets around: deep underground sealed-off secrets, the Might's archives, and the Machine One. I don't think we were going to go searching around randomly hoping to stumble on a historical artifact out in the world, and poking the machines with a stick was equally not a great idea. The Mights. You want to go see if they know anything. And if you're asking me, you want me to go the way of a Might speaker. I was starting to see why she needed an occult specialist. If anyone put some thought into it, it was clear the Mights were the greatest occultists in the world. Wrath shook her head instead, looking horrified. No. Please don't follow the steps of Might speakers. I've spoken with the Might Collective once, and it nearly destroyed my systems. Humans speaking to them are said to have their minds shattered, and I believe this. She stopped, and then had the audacity to look sheepish at her next words. That said, there is still something we can learn from them. Sounds like you're about to sell me something shady. She frowned. No monetary transactions needed. It's more to do with my signature being too well known and recognizable. Programs I send that do not trace back to my signature are pre-constructed and have limited ability to fend for themselves in the digital sea. Things on the other side are constantly evolving and changing dynamically. A program that's static or not dynamic enough will be consumed by others. You want my help to generate programs? I'm handy with software but no logi. And I get the feeling you already know more about the subject than I ever could. You're a machine. I said. Just because I can hook a few pieces of metal with some duct tape and make a weapon out of it, doesn't mean I'm smart at other things. You're bringing me on as the occult specialist here, not the charismatic speech giver or heavy fighter. At best, I'd put in an application to be the rogue with a heart of gold. And a matching wallet. I've learned from Anari a long time ago, there's different kinds of smart. Someone who's incredibly gifted with math is not going to be an equally amazing airspeed pilot or a master speechmaker. Field of expertise existed for a reason, nobody was bright in all things. The clans worked as stratified castes for a reason. We will not need a machine, nor a program. Might speakers must have some method of connecting their minds to the digital ocean in order to speak to the mites. This means humans diving into the digital realm isn't an impossibility. Tencent displayed a similar ability before, being able to connect to and manipulate machinery with the occult. I suspect we can co-opt this method and reuse it. The bunker. The turrets. It had been an isolated system, but still a system. And Father had infiltrated and commandeered it somehow. Well, it's been on my to-do list for some time, right under not dying. You really think I could connect with the machine archive using the soul fractal? A knock on the door put a pause to our discussion as the waitress marched back in and took the empty plates away. By this point I was feeling pretty stuffed, so I politely declined ordering something more, settling for some water. Wrath, of course, had no such problems and readily pointed out her next few meals. The waitress noted it all down and equally answered anything Wrath had. General taste, favorite recommendations, and no, she didn't know any meal that had edible plates on the menu, but she'll check with the kitchen. The doors closed and Wrath continued while I washed down the last bits of food. The theory is sound. If you can access the digital ocean directly, you may have a chance of recovering more information than I could. Simply avoid the mite or machine-controlled sections and dive down into the older machine segments. Father still needed a direct physical connection. Does something like that exist for the machine archives? She shook her head. The archives themselves? Yes, however they are located at the lowest strata. Fortunately, you don't need those. So long as you can connect to the wider digital sea, you could traverse through there into the archives with some directions. Terminals built by Relinquished do exist at all stratas and serve as command and control nodes, in multiple locations. All machines know of them and use them to communicate with one another. I overloaded a few when I fought against Tuekar. Ah, there's the shady part of the deal. I raised an eyebrow. Should I bring a box of chocolates with me when we stroll up to Machine Central? Might up my chances of survival. Giving me the chocolates would increase your chances of survival more. Wrath said, crossing her arms and looking miffed. And why is that? I asked. I know locations of terminals that are not controlled or monitored by machines. Much safer. What terminals would have access to the digital part of the world that machines don't contract? Oh. Right. Mites. Of course it'd be them. The answer was so obvious in hindsight I couldn't help but slap my head. Father and I have even gone searching for one directly while we were trying to escape the first layer. Wrath gave a slight nod. The mites do not always make functioning terminals, however they do exist. All right, so we can sneak me into the digital sea, but how do we keep me alive in there? What sort of dangers would a human soul be up against? I could tell from the shifty look she had that the answer wasn't going to be nice. Something like this hasn't been done before, so I cannot be certain. However, we do have ways to mitigate this. You could bring Tencent with you to help ward off danger. I know he learns and adapts to any means of combat rapidly, doing so as a soul inside a digital prison was not out of his reach. Regardless, we will start with practice first. With smaller systems inside the city, to test out the theory. After, I can attempt to simulate attacks to see how you would fare against those. We can also run tests to see how much help or direction I can offer. What do you think? Can I still sign up as the rogue instead of the warlock, or is it too late? I asked. She leaned forward, hands under her chin with an awful smile spreading, and I knew I'd been caught. Well, I do need an archive stolen. That seems like perfect rogue work according to definition. When is the earliest you can start? Walked right into that one. So. My first act as the heroic Mook in this story was to steal from the Machine Grand Archive. Book 4, Chapter 9, Training Inside the Gates of Hell. For our first attempt into the digital world, the setup turned out to be mundane. This location is clear of any possible spyware. Wrath said, walking me into the room, which had been mostly a repurposed office. I turned on the lights and strolled on in. A bunch of old leather chairs with desks before them greeted my sights. I could practically smell the cracked leather coated with dust. But we were looking for subtlety, so no point in using something people walk nearby often. I took a seat on one of the chairs and reclined backwards, hearing the whole thing creak louder than a rifle shot. Wrath placed a large box she'd been carrying on the table in front, and swiftly hooked wires into outlets. Lights blinked on the box. Wireless signal connected. The router is operational. A moment later, a stream of black smoke trailed out of her hands and arms, sinking into the box's seams. She nodded after a half minute, the smoke returning back to wherever it came from. I've inscribed a soul fractal within the inside panel. A server has been launched and running within instance. Begin when you are ready. All right, here goes. I muttered, reaching a hand out and touching the bulky box. I could feel the soul fractal on the other side of the thin metal, powered by currents connecting back to the machine. A moment later, I reached out for it and jumped inside. A single tendril of soul remained connected to my limp body, while concepts bloomed into life around me. The largest of which was the router itself. There was something more to it. A gateway almost. Father had told me this was how he had felt while inside Winterscar's soul fractal. That there were things within the armor he could reach out to and command. Much to the armor's distaste. Do you see any difference from your current soul fractal? Wrath asked, voice sounding muted even after all my practice on keeping some senses while hooked into the soul trance. This fractal should be in direct connection to the operating system. Can you access it? Definitely something in here. I muttered out, trying to focus on the elusive concepts nearby the fractal. A tendril of soul waved around blindly until it hit something more solid. The concept of the router itself. And with it, a gateway. I found a part of myself flowing into it. Sinking down into water, as if I were in the deep end of the clan baths. Except there was not a person around me, no end in sight, just the twilight blue water, bubbles rising up as I sank down, body limp, awareness expanding outwards. My mind had to be filling in some of the gaps, trying to put meaning and structure to something completely alien. Motes of data were floating around me, looking like sparkling dust in the not water. Loose, moving around without much purpose. Redundant messengers, pinging back and forth. Further down I sank and started to really understand where I was. My soul was somehow moving around in the system, despite remaining within the soul fractal. Or at least, that's what I currently thought was happening. More concepts bloomed into life around me as I explored, data banks, ports of access, storage, monitors, all kinds of smaller details. They formed into physical objects. Usually cubes or rings, all moving around each other. The space in between was large enough for me to land on and stand. I had a body. Or the concept of a body. Or maybe this was just a proxy of some kind. A ping came along with a package of data, sent directly my way. It hit my body lightly, simply alerting me someone had triangulated where I'd appeared. A look down the direction of the ping and I saw Wrath. She hadn't done anything to change her appearance inside the digital realm. Although, to be fair, neither had I. Well. This is interesting. I said, looking down at my hands and flexing them slightly. Didn't think I'd have arms or a head in here. Thought I'd be more of a disembodied soul, or just the entire world pitch black and filled with numbers. The digital sea around me was murky, as if I were back in the bunker, inside the flooded sections. The metal ring I stood on wasn't really solid ground, but felt more like a barrier that separated this small section of the world from a larger, wider one out there. If I jumped through the ring's center, down into the water's depth, it would send me elsewhere. Far away. Water both surrounded me but didn't. I could move just as fast as I thought. As I understand, fractals operate on concepts. Wrath said. The digital world is different to the physical one, yet we perceive it the same way. And so it is molded in such a way. How exactly do I appear to you? Because to me, I think I look the same and you do too. She tilted her head. A mixture of inputs. Your digital avatar and signature matches what feathers and other machines with soul fractals would appear as. It is difficult to put into words. So this is how machines all normally operate in the sea. No. Simpler machines do not care to keep a sense of physical self. She waved a hand through the water, bits of programs and particles trailing behind the swirl. None of those appeared as people, only primordial plankton. Only machines that own a shell outside the digital sea care to appear physically in any shape. The rest of the machines within the digital sea do not use any form of physical representation, even if their processing and complexity outstrip the lessers. Everything you see around you is an illusion. I suspect the soul fractal is a key component that dictated if an entity sees itself as a unified concept. I sort of understood what she meant. The colorful coral that grew on the metal ring like corrosive rust wasn't so much as coral at all but a stack of temporarily stored data, frozen into solid usable shape. The soul sight was twisting my senses together. So, what I'm hearing is that only machines with soul fractals see the world like this? I asked, curious. I knew feathers had soul fractals, I'd seen it in the soul sight. I hadn't known other machines also had them. Correct. Wrath confirmed. Regular artificial intelligences cannot develop true sapience without a soul fractal. The highest they could gain would be sentience. Soul fractals are generally included in machines that require fractal powers or better creative intelligence, which is all of us. All machines operating in the world have soul fractals, in order to connect to the unity fractal. The unity fractal. She nodded. A fractal capable of unifying concepts together, regardless of distance. Machines connect to one another through this fractal. And Mother can connect to any of us as well. The greatest use of the unity fractal is as a safeguard for machines' souls. We cannot move from fractal to fractal like you do. In order to move to a different fractal, we use unity to connect to a faraway backup. This is how feathers are immortal. Each time we are near death, we unify our soul fractal to another far underground and relocate there. She gave me more bits of trivia on that fractal, and how she'd seen it used. The unity fractal could unify concepts together, if both objects had been inscribed with that fractal. There were certainly a lot of interesting ideas I could think about on how to abuse this fractal. It was apparently a pretty big deal to machines, even if it was relatively mundane in what it did. I am not sure why, but relinquished always has a connection to the unity fractal. Anything inscribed with it, is by default connected to her. Any use of the unity fractal is connected to Mother. Wrath said when I started probing for possible uses. There are some limits. Unity goes both ways. Anything she refuses to risk for herself cannot be leveraged against us. For example, when she is connected to me in an audience, I cannot tell where she is, so she cannot tell where I am either. She must have a soul fractal somewhere in the world, and its location would be the most guarded secret she has. So she will never engage in anything that might reveal her back. You seem pretty calm about having a literal spying device built into your system. Even if it's limited to just talking, it still sounds like a dangerous setup. The majority of the time, the fractal remains dormant and out of her mind. While its powers as a lifeguard are powerful, it operates more like an unattended leash would at this point. The proto-feathers must have been able to cut ties with the fractal. It's possible we can replicate this. Part of the reason I intend to get more information out of the archive. Can't just, cut it out with a blade? I asked, shrugging. The thought had never occurred to me. How silly of me. Wrath said, arms folding up. That was sarcasm. Noted. So what's the actual reason you can't? Machine soul fractals are our home. In this case, physically cutting off a part would be fatal, leaving a hole in the soul fractal that no longer protects us from the world outside. She thought, and came with a better analogy. It would be as if your mask was broken on the surface, leaving the surface air in contact with your skin. I gave a shiver at that. I'd seen frostbite from plenty of people returning from expeditions. Retainers described it as if their digits had been outright set on fire the moment skin was exposed. She got the wrong idea from my shiver. If the worst happens and Mother discovers us before we have a method of cutting off the unity fractal, my current plan is to shut off all power connected to it. It's the least destructive method I can think of. Fractals cannot operation without an electric current. No current, no active ability. The effects on my soul should be minimal, so long as I keep that portion of the fractal active. What actually is a machine soul in the first place? How are they created? I asked. Because it seems pretty natural for a human to have one, when does a machine become smart enough to get one? She frowned, thinking. The event happens naturally when an empty soul fractal is powered and connected to a machine with a neuromorphic mind past a certain threshold in complexity. That's the only known requirement so far. Range of when the soul coalesces is also in debate. Some more complicated shells can generate a soul within a few minutes, while more simple-minded machines require a few days. That was a sentence to unpack. I had to ask Wrath one by one to define the terms she was using here, but the gist of it was that machines could only get so smart with the tech humanity had. They tried to push the boundaries by making the machines operate more like the human brain would, and it did work, somewhat. Neuromorphic computers were a step in the right direction for making machines more creative, but they came with limits to processing speed, and still hit a bottleneck. Once the soul fractal was hooked up, that's when the neuromorphic part really took off and developed further than it could have. Fractal tech really did change the game entirely when it came to advancements, and humans of that day were constantly discovering new fractals to use. Then the war happened and everything stagnated. Mother has not continued or advanced fractal technology since. Wrath said, wrapping up her lecture. She hasn't? What? If I were an evil AI goddess with the entire world to play with, I'd be doing all kinds of research experiments. Who knows what I could discover with that kind of reach over that timeline? Wrath nodded. Fractal archives are not stored in local systems such as my shell. Relinquished considers it too large of a risk if we were captured and the data extracted. So I can only give you answers based on the few time I've connected to the archives directly. The only confirmed data point is that there has not been new entries into the fractal archives since the war ended, at least publicly. Nor have I found any projects to research new fractals. This is one of a multitude of strange behaviors I've noticed from Mother. A part of why I still wish to dive into the archives despite the danger. Not only to discover a means to hide my people from her sight, but also understand my enemy better. She looked up, peering through the water surrounding us. To the surface, where data faded away back into I/O ports that led to the physical world. Eventually, I will have to face her. The more I understand who and what she is, the better prepared I can be for that moment. The murky water felt more and more clear the more I attuned myself to the soul fractal, and let my soul sight be the one in command. If the dive operation worked out, I'll keep an eye for info on Relinquished. I promised. It wasn't just because she's a friend, I was also curious about what the goddess of machines was really up to on her silver throne. Appreciated. Now, we should begin testing combat operations within the digital sea. I nodded, straight back to business then. Are you going to be generating some simple programs to fight off, or a training course? Another head tilt. We'll spar in the more traditional sense. Humans already understand combat and self-defense as a concept using your own body. We'll start there. Tencent recommended this. Of course he fucking would. That bastard. She took a combat stance. Direct methods are often the most effective, as he told me. I strongly object. I said, quickly, hands snapping up to guard my jaw, a cautious footstep backwards. Not that it made any difference in this world. Your objection is noted. She said and struck out with a palm in my direction. A wall of willpower hit me like an intercept airspeeder and sent me flying off the edge of the ring. All right then. I need to file a complaint. First because she hadn't actually hit me with any kind of physical punch, so that had been misleading. And second because swimming back was an entire adventure on its own. And as it turned out, I should have filed multiple complaints, because it progressively got worse and worse each day. Getting beat up in the digital world didn't leave any lasting effects on the body. No amount of programs stinging my hands and feet, no amount of willpower walls slamming into me, nor even swords stabbing right through my chest. This was both a blessing and a terrible, horrible, curse. Pain was still felt, this time more as a mind game where my body expected the pain and so it manifested, but besides a bit, or a lot, of pain, nothing permanent occurred. I don't think my digital body was actually my soul at all, but rather some kind of digital avatar I commanded from my pilot seat back on the side of the router. Wrath had some amount of mercy in her. She'd often make sure I'd get thrown off into the sea itself, so that I wouldn't crush my digital body into a wall or rock. I'd eventually get slowed, and then start sinking to the next floating geometric object, or would glide through the waters back to where I'd been kicked off. This wasn't where the complaints would come in. No, there was an entire monster lurking in the digital sea all of us had to contend with. Prowling around, maw filled with sharp teeth ready to beat down anything. Father. As he described it, everything to do with the soul revolved around willpower. And the digital sea was far more malleable to a soul than the real world was. Once he got involved, things got ugly. Basically, I'm saying his fighting style was pure brute strength. Wrath's attacks felt like a 400-pound hammer to the chest, but I could reliably deflect or match that power if I saw it coming. Father's was an outright continental shelf speeding in my direction with the word stop written down in the dictionary as a funny joke. I had to get smart to deal with anything he threw out. Both of us had to, as we eventually ended up teaming up in training against him. Wrath was excellent at generating a bunch of distraction programs that would nip at his heels or otherwise annoy him long enough for her to slip away. I couldn't code anything out of my head, and the bits of software training I knew how to do were woefully underpowered compared to what a feather could generate. I did find my own way of surviving the sledgehammer punches, specifically the digital sea itself and all the floating pieces that comprised it. I couldn't generate things wholesale like Wrath could, but I could connect to what already existed and command them to change because the occult was a weapon that cheated a lot of rules. A pillar could rise here, a ring could collapse there. And if I had good enough focus, I could even have the geometry of the stage change up. The very water of the sea could be bent with enough understanding of what it really was. Watching Wrath think her mental barriers were strong enough to resist a hit from me was great, since it wasn't the hit itself that did the work, but the surging tide following it. She'd get blown off into the water with an angry scowl, and try to zip right back and make it my problem. Dealing with programs that didn't hold a soul fractal was far easier in comparison. All I had to do was reach a hand out with my mind, connect and then crush. The complexity and power of the program would delay how long it took to break, but eventually I'd find a way. They could fight back, often with metaphorical teeth, trying to take bites out of me. That didn't end well for them. The closer they were to me, the easier it was to throw my willpower around. Father didn't have that kind of finesse, but then again that monster didn't need any. In all our practice free-for-all bouts, it usually ended up with Wrath and I coming to a very quick and understood agreement to work together, or we'd both get literally punched out of the digital world. Take too much damage, and the sense of self would vanish away, throwing me painfully back into my soul fractal as a wounded blob. Apparently, even a machine could feel pain, which was a surprise to me, so at least I wasn't alone in the suffering. The three of us practicing was harsh, but interesting. Still, that wasn't where the bulk of my complaints aimed for. It was when Kedra got involved, because of course she would. Then things went off script. Let me preface this in the kindest way possible. My dear sister is an evil traitor and should never be trusted again. Again. Kedra said, hand stretched out, a sword materializing into the digital world by her will, something we'd all learned to do. Father nodded somberly, flicking a replica of the family occult knife in his hand, spinning it around back into position. He took his usual stance, waiting for us to regather our forces. My dear sister gave me a glare, since I hadn't gotten back up on my feet. Please. I begged. He stabbed me 12 times last round. He wouldn't have, had you not tried to run when he charged. She said. You panicked, failed to trust your team and paid for it. I would have reached you in time if you had stood your ground. What, you're asking me to hold off that angry blender with 2 daggers? I said, pointing my broken longsword at the man in question. Father returned the glare with an icy calm look. I knew if we didn't hurry up and get back up and ready, he'd charge at us early. He did that last time. He modulates his strike speed when fighting you to match your limits. Kedra said, taking stance. You might not notice it, but I do. You could have stood your ground. She had the audacity to give me a quick kick in the chest when I still didn't comply. I grunted some more complaints as I stood back up, willing my longsword to mend itself back into one piece. Father watched us as if nothing were wrong in the world. Begin. He said. And then charged forward for another bout. Now, why was all of this my sister's fault? Because out of all of us, the bloody battle maniac loved fighting enough to want this kind of thing, and smart enough to realize it was possible. Kedra pointed this out within minutes of talking to her about the experience. There was no returning from that. And why have only us 5 train when we had the entire clan's elite knights to join the fun? All of them except for Clan Lord Atius, who wasn't able to do any of this. Wrath and Journey would have been in his airspeeder on that, but both happened to have digits and metal for a brain which let them easily swim anywhere in the digital sea. Further out into the digital misty water, I could see the other platforms and geometry floating with combatants from the clan equally practicing their techniques, sometimes not even horizontally. Directly above us, as if mirrored, I saw Sagrius fighting with 3 other Winterscar knights as a team against a few clan elites from different houses. Gravity was more a suggestion in this world. But the closest duel happening was on my left, slightly tilted at an angle, between 2 familiar snarling opponents, clashing blades with genuine hate against one another. Wrath and Cathida. Journey itself hadn't really cared to join our training, even though by all reason it should have been able to. It had a soul fractal, a soul, and a mechanical brain capable of intelligent thought. It still only cared to protect its user in the physical world and had no issue watching me get shanked again and again here. That is, up until Wrath literally connected the server we were using to the armor, forcing its hand. Technically, this section of the digital sea was all within Journey's local systems now. Given the intrusion, it decided on its own to pick the best engram it had to fight off the invaders, which was Cathida. And for once she wasn't complaining about all this. Chaos ensued, now that Cathida had a means to vent her frustration about the feather in the most direct possible manner. On the other hand, Wrath got a very well-matched fighting partner in exchange. Especially since this version of Catheta wasn't human and wasn't limited by human speed of thought. In addition to having a perfect memory recall of all surface techniques she'd seen me, Kedra or the clan knights perform. That put her on the same level as Wrath, and a lifetime of intuition got her over the edge. The Crusader seemed to be actually enjoying herself, but that was obvious. She was winning most of the fights and getting to stab a feather in the process, on top of insulting her the entire time. This was some kind of heaven to her. Wrath had started neutral to Catheta's taunts and feelings, but quickly learned to develop a genuine hate friendship. Hate-manship. Some kind of abomination like that. No feather I knew of enjoyed getting stomped into the ground again and again, and Wrath proved to be no exception to this. I feared that Wrath was learning the wrong vocabulary. She'd recently started trying to taunt back, like a hesitant cook figuring out how to use the right order of spices from a new crate of goods. That only encouraged Catheta to double down, which in turn did the same for Wrath, and so forth. I'll grudgingly admit my skills in combat were growing by leaps and bounds now that there was no safety. In the past, I'd have to train with hard plastic swords, and when I'd get too many bruises, we'd need to stop the training to recover. So most of the teaching was repeating katas and movements until they came naturally, with hand-holding spars occasionally happening once I had healed from the last time. This kind of training was directly hands-on, and everyone in this madhouse except for me was having an absolute blast with it. Bloodthirsty monsters. To them this was some kind of warrior afterlife paradise, where they got to fight to the death again and again without fear of ever really dying. Father charged into Kedra and I, delivering a quick flourish, slice, feint, and backstep. Kedra tried to match him, and that last backstep in the string of moves had been to avoid her follow-up counters. Meanwhile, I just had my sword hand cut off instead within the first second into the fight. Again. This time I gritted through the flash of pain, yanked the sword out of my rapidly dissolving dismembered hand before it hit the ground, and went right back into the fight with my left hand. That was apparently the right move to make, as Father parried my strikes, took a few more steps backwards to continue the spar with Kedra. Instead of kicking Kedra a few hundred meters backwards and stabbing me 12 times again for doing the wrong move, like he'd done last time. His training methods left a lot to be desired. Mostly in mercy. 3 more days of this before Wrath considered us ready to go dive into the machine archives. A very long 3 days. Book 4, Chapter 10, Secrets of the Machine Archives. The Might Terminal was embedded inside a small cave halfway up a cliffside in the middle of nowhere. How Wrath knew about it, I wasn't going to ask. This time around the Mites went with a hidden laboratory theme. A human one at least. Or it gave off the impression of someone who thought they knew humans had tried to come up with ideas. There were chairs inside the hidden room, some made with 5 legs, others looked more like morphed stools, welded together seamlessly into the image of a chair. Desks were there too, not always level surface, along with monitor screens displaying gibberish. Lots of user interface line work, graphs, numbers, scrolling letters, everything needed to make the place look like a crazy reacher's home away from home. Odd place considering there was no way up here except to climb the cliffside. Wasn't even visible from the ground. Which made the couch at the back of the cavern all the more strange. Especially that it did look to be the most functional and comfortable thing inside this room. The entire place was animated as well, light blinking around while a large bundle of thicker cables connected the center Might terminal to all the lab equipment and desks surrounding it. White granite tiles made of smooth stone were the bedrock for the large central pillar, to which Wrath walked up and tapped the terminal's side a few times, as if poking a sleeping beast. It is operational. Functionality at 83%. Some ports lead to disconnected ends, however there is one strong connection directly into the general digital C. She walked around the terminal and I followed behind, watching her find a small port. A cable was connected from the palm of her hand to the input, and all the screens flashed with yellow and red. Connection speed is adequate for our purpose. I am inscribing 2 soul fractals into the system. Ready? I asked, getting comfortable on a seat I looted from the lab and scooted over closer to the terminal side. Wrath nodded. I will keep in contact with you through text messages. Once you've reached the archive, communication between us will be lost. I will guard the cavern entrance and make sure your physical bodies do not come into danger while you are on the other side. You remember all the steps to take in the digital C, yes? Father's voice grunted from the necklace I carried. We've prepared. We know what to do. Begin the mission. The terminals flashed some more text, then all turned green. Connection established. Return safely once the mission is complete. Wrath said. The soul fractals she'd inscribed inside the might terminal were clear and easy to see with my soul sight. I stretched a tendril out, taking a seat inside. Father must have been doing the same to the other fractal, since I felt his presence follow into the same server the terminal existed in. Both of us materialized inside the digital realm, and what a strange landscape this was. The water was still there, only the geometric shapes that had served as landmarks for the server's wrath had us train in were not quite so clear-cut. Instead, there was more solid ground than water here, and all the geometry looked far more jagged and organic, like metal chunks with some general form to them. Dim blue crystals sprouted from the majority, forming statues and shapes. Weapons like spears, swords, hammers and others, wielded by deformed people. All of it shattered, as if caught in an internal explosion frozen in time. Very eerie. Advance until you find the exit gate. Wrath said, voice ever present within, followed by a ping showing the direction. Father strode past me, armor appearing around him same as it had in his life. I followed behind, wondering what the actual digital sea would look like. I'd only seen isolated servers so far. The world grew more unhinged, twisting directions and shifting gravity until we reached what looked to be the center of the terminal. We hadn't run into anything, the might terminal had been devoid of enemies or friends. Nothing but shattered geo-organic shapes. Until we reached a vast abyss surrounded by a hexagon gateway. Crystalline matter broke off periodically, floating around lazily in the water murk, sinking into it. More growing like tumors on the gate edges, only to break anew. This is the gate. Wrath said. From there, you will need to be cautious and quiet. I've mapped and prepared the closest connection to the archives. Do we just step inside? I asked, because last time I fell down into an abyss like this, it wasn't a great tourist experience. And the guide was also pretty cranky the whole way. Father scoffed, but kept his gaze down through the gate. Yes. You will need to jump into the gate. It will handle the rest. I am unsure the second jump through an abyss will be more pleasant, however I believe you are a big strong boy and can handle it. Cathida teach you that one? I asked. She did. Why? I'll need to have a talk with her. I grumbled. I would recommend against that. The engram is very argumentative and will not listen to logic or reason. I have tried multiple times. Picturing Wrath trying to negotiate with a terrorist like Cathida was bringing a little smile to my cheek. Poor girl, not understanding how perfectly clear logic wasn't compelling and actively making things worse. All the while Cathida would be having a ball with it. Father took a jump off the ledge, weapon out. I followed behind him. Instead of falling down, we found ourselves dragged up by the current, falling backwards, up and away. The gate wasn't in front of us at all, no, the hexagon gate had been just one of many. Looking up, I could see them continue forward like an eternal mirror. It sucked us in and spat us out into another world. No landmarks anywhere here, only millions of smaller specks of life floating with us, moving with their own mission. The hexagon gate under us rapidly faded away, while the current carried everything away. This was to be expected, the current had been Wrath's setup. All we had to do was act dead and float along with the path. I'd have thought this would have taken us a few minutes at most. Turns out it took an hour. An hour of just hanging limp, floating in the current, while all kinds of small programs filtered around. The sea was vast, looking more like sporadic servers that we flew in between. Programs of many different shapes and sizes flowed by, some absolutely massive, looking more like moving land masses, with hundreds of smaller programs living there, floating about it, like a tiny village. Most of that world didn't notice us, or didn't care. We outright bumped into some of the larger beasts, and nothing turned hostile on us at all. Wrath had explained before that many of these programs didn't even understand any world beyond the digital sea, or had any stake in the Great War. Reality was a distant concept to them. If by chance they had paid attention and knew we were humans, they were far more likely to avoid us or consider us novelty, rather than an enemy. Programs directly under the Pale Lady's command were rather rare, compared to how vast the sea here was. Wrath had been reasonably sure we wouldn't run into issues at this stage, even if we were the most exposed so far. No place to hide, only vast stretches of water in every direction and thousands of smaller programs wandering around on their own journey. If there were programs under Relinquished's command, they would glow violet. Life moved on, and we never spotted a single violet light anywhere. Maybe I didn't have the right impression of machines the first time around. The ones hunting down human were a tiny minority as it turns out, the few that both knew reality outside the digital sea existed and had a shell to occupy. It just so happens that they had the strongest AI entity on the planet at their head, with exception to the mites. But mites didn't travel in the digital sea, they had an entire different network they lived in. We flew right above, the distant seabed barely visible every now and then in the murk. Confusing neighbors, I suppose. Wrath had been on the other side of that for a few minutes and told us it wasn't worth even thinking about right now. That would be a completely different world to traverse. This is the machine archive? I asked. The current had swept us closer to the ground level of the sea, and then continued to push us at speed across the alien topology, up until it suddenly faded off, letting us sink to the new abyssal plane, before which was the entrance to the machine archives. Or at least one of many. And this one clearly not taken care of. It had been made to look like a massive palace, once. Now, it looked more like two massive hands had dug into the center of the structure and pulled apart, ripping both the ornate stonework as well as the very ground itself. "Take care inside, boy," Father said quietly as we made our way into the dead ruins. The structure used to operate with security systems. Some may still be active. Just like going out on an expedition. Reminds me of home, I muttered, keeping my senses sharp. The palace itself wasn't really a palace but more the remains of a highly well-organized server stack, complete with many layers of firewalls and guardians. Over time, things were mothballed, and then left behind completely as the rest of the world moved on. The sea eroded all, and the parts of the palace that still worked connected to nothing, eternally working in isolation from the rest. Thankfully, the place didn't seem to have any visitors, guards, or staff. It was outright abandoned. Whatever guards would have originally patrolled around here had long ago been eaten up by denizens of the sea searching for spare processing power. They might have held off the invaders for some time, but eventually they'd all been eaten up and the palace ransacked. So we had little problem passing from silent room to room, the architecture here looking outright regal, if not for the cracks and broken seams. Despite the lack of care, things were at least still neatly organized, up until the centerpiece of the palace. A chasm went down into the ground. No need to make any bets, we'd need to go down there to find what we wanted. Father didn't answer, eyes looking for footholds to start scaling down. I simply took a step off, floating down slowly. This world was still digital, even if gravity and other bits of reality were harder to manipulate the further away they were from our base of operations. They weren't completely immune to our meddling. Father shrugged and followed behind, sinking into the blackness with me, both of us keeping an eye down to our feet, making sure when the ground would appear we'd be ready. I almost missed watching the sides of the smooth cliffside, realizing what was there the whole time. Data packets. Almost like a library, the sides of the cliff being the shelves stocking books, only they were all digital. My senses passed over a few, feeling flickers and fragments of what the data could contain. Meta tags, bits of quickly revealed information on each. Not much but enough to tell what the archive was supposed to store. Like the titles of books, except extended out past the more generic titles. Most were completely useless junk. Things like weather data, seismic activity, build reports, and other mundane projects, all from centuries ago. Others felt like more relevant data I could use, casualty reports from old wars, deployment strategies, digital warfare results, seized assets. All locked and trapped of course, except that Wrath had provided every key she had on hand, along with lockpicks to deal with the rest. I yanked those archive files out of their mooring as we floated by, tendrils of thoughts greedily throwing them into the pipeline feeding back to our home server. I wasn't a barbarian of course, I did it quite gently, scanning through and copying the information delicately before returning the archive to its place without so much as disturbing the dust. Wrath had trained me well for this. No idea when any of this would be useful, but knowing how Relinquished dealt with casualties from a few centuries ago in some obscure war would possibly shine a light on how she operated on a large enough scale. Anything that was left open had long ago been corrupted, the unguarded storage space used by critters looking for temporary shelter. They'd nestle into an archive drawer, eat up the data so they could fill in their own, recuperate their resources and then continue to strike out for the next home, leaving junk behind. Some hadn't even left, I could feel their eyes watching us sink past. Curious. Cautious. The further we sank, the more the archive began to look rusted and ancient. Coral started to grow around the archive bins, corrupted data mutated on its own. Programs down here also started to be a little restless and less organized. There seemed to be a small war happening between archive programs made to maintain the area and some kind of corrupted variant that was trying to do the same thing. Both sides viewed the other as intruders and went at it. They turned their attention to watch Father and I sink by, a few nipping at our heels, but we were far too big for them to do anything. The two sides seemed to agree to ignore us and continue squabbling and fighting for shelf space. Like tiny crabs scurrying around, jumping from rock to rock, and hiding away as our shadow passed by. Geometry down here was steadily getting more warped, looking less streamlined and more organic. Dust had started to coalesce into actual physical parts. Reminded me of snow piling up and turning to solid ice. Holes had appeared later within that fragmented matter, as different programs snuck into the archives and quickly tried to find places to hide from the war happening between the custodian bots. Usually by making burrows to sneak through. Entire tunnel systems shared by multiple different species of sub-intelligent programs that survived to replicate. An entire ecosystem. Some working together, others opposed. Thankfully we were giants compared to anything here, and all the local wildlife didn't want to mess with us. Further down, the floor finally appeared into view, dim and lit only by the glowing coral growing wild. To find anything of note, I had to actively brush the sandy bottom to search for lockboxes. Gone was the tight organization of the upper layers, everything down here looked to have been collapsed in, or knocked free, sinking down to be buried here at the bottom. Remains of larger programs littered the area, skeletal, still somehow functioning enough to fend off the ecosystem attacking it. Or rather, more becoming a fixed location where smaller programs found safety and shade while the dead program's defense systems attacked in predictable patterns they'd learned to avoid. Those dead corpses were still big enough to sting if Father and I got too close. These must be the remains of the palace guardians, dying long ago and floating down to the very bottom of the archives. He simply crushed one with a grunt of wool as it had the audacity to mindlessly bite at his arm as he passed by. The skeletal thing shattered into hundreds of brittle bits, and thousands of smaller programs fled from the bones. This is it. The location Wrath specified. History of the Empire and proto-feathers was left behind here. I said. Father looked around the murky depths. Where? He asked, not spotting anything. Buried in the silt. I said, kneeling down and wiping off the grim by my feet. Under it, I could feel the weak return ping of a sealed archive file, perfectly preserved inside its casing, even if everything around the case had degraded and been eaten away. Wrath's set of cyber warfare keys made short work of the lock and the archive file happily opened up, blinking green. Despite the wild cancerous evolution of the ecosystem around it, the skill required to break the encryptions couldn't be stumbled upon by random chance. All these centuries later, the ecosystem had simply given up trying to get inside. Within this particular seal, tags revealed the result of some fight with an imperial army, around the 5th strata, near a few landmarks that had long since vanished from the world by now. I downloaded the thing and resealed the archive. Better get to work, keep me covered. I said, as I started looking around to see if I could narrow down something more general. Father nodded, walking behind me, keeping watch. Program scuttled away, hiding from his sight as we walked through. I found quite a lot of interesting trivia here as I hunted for data. Information intermingled with proto-feather hunting, human cities that needed to be wiped out, digital fights and locations where feathers had been destroyed. Then I started finding information about the Emperor. Getting hotter now. Mostly mentions of possible staging grounds in old campaigns, and what looked to be predictive models trying to pin down where mankind's Emperor would show up. More evidence that whoever or whatever the Emperor of the Imperials had been, they were strong enough to have the machines worried. More archives opened up as I searched the nearby era, grabbing bits of interesting info and keeping my movements slow and steady. Didn't want to wake anything up here. A few productive hours passed, before we ran into a problem. It wasn't the local environment turning hostile, no, everything down here was too tiny to really give us issues. Or too dead. Nor did anything go out to call for help. Wrath explained that everything here was far too mutated and outdated to reconnect to the world at large. Or they might have all completely forgotten the outside world exists, given how hyper-specialized the programs floating around were. No, trouble came with 2 feet, 2 hands, and a metal halo. Since both of us were hyper-vigilant to our surroundings, we caught his traces first before he noticed us. So there was still some luck in the world at least. It started with footprints in the dust. That told us we weren't alone. Following behind, zipping from rock to rock, we eventually reached the owner. White armor, short-cut black hair, an angular face that was flawless. Small reading glasses with violet eyes behind them. Which was ridiculous for so many different reasons I don't know how to start. Feathers really were on a different level when it comes to eccentric. At least, for someone looking through ancient machine archives, he looked the part of a librarian. And that was armor he wore, unlike other examples I'd seen. So maybe he wasn't as ridiculous as the rest. He was picking through information from the proto-feathers, given where he was in the archive, likely some kind of caretaker. Wrath hadn't informed us of this, she'd told us nobody had looked into those records in centuries. Had her own recent access caused issues? Why else would a feather be patrolling around this dead place? No. Looking more closely at the feather's movements, I could tell this wasn't a routine visit, nor a sanctioned one. Thieves recognize thieves. And that feather was absolutely doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. I could detect his attacks on the locks and systems, taking his time to wiggle the key around until the locks opened up and squashing any alerts as they came out, just in case one of them still somehow connected back somewhere. Same thing I had been doing, even down to making sure the archives didn't look moved or opened up once he was done. Wrath had said she hadn't known they existed before. The first generation had been known as a single feather named by Relinquished herself, a proof of concept that was killed in action after years of being a champion. He had been replaced with the more robust and fixed-up second generation, in far higher quantity. No one had reason to doubt that explanation. Except, apparently, this new feather. We need to deal with him. Father hissed at my side, as we both hid behind a particularly large hill of solidified dust. Programs of various sizes had eaten up enough holes that we both had a small window to peek at him through. He will find us eventually. You want me to introduce you to him? Quit being shy and you do it. I hissed back. Father growled, then took me literally, eyes narrowing down on his target. I knew that look, he was about to wallop the enemy into dust. I willed a long sword into existence a moment after, readying myself to follow behind. The feather noticed the hostility somehow. He recovered one more file, paused and stood straight up as if alerted. Looking around him with suspicion. Father remained hidden, waiting. The feather gave another few cautious glances, then locked the archive stone up with a blind hand, violet eyes kept alert and searching around. A ping was sent out. I snapped out my hand, catching it with a vice grip, like teeth. I mutated the return and sent it back, making it return the expected junk within this archive. Father nodded at the work. He was the one who was good with the swords, but when it came to doing support work like this, I was the better qualified one while Wrath wasn't here to hold our hands. The feather frowned when the ping returned no useful results. Another dozen pings were sent, and I consumed them all as quickly as they were sent out. I thought I'd gotten away with it, except the last one must have been messed with, or triggered some kind of trap, since that caused him to snap his gaze straight to where we hid. Who's there? The feather asked. Show yourself. Father took the request and accepted. Walked slowly into the open ground, appearing from the dim murk of the dark. A knife materialized into his hand, spinning idly. Humans? The feather asked, puzzled. No. Impossible. Signal duping? How? Father's spare hand reached out, fingers stretched out, and closed. The feather's eyes widened for a single moment before he leaped backwards with great instinct. The world shook, an invisible sledgehammer of willpower outright collapsed the space the feather had been in a moment ago. The machine feather tutted, annoyed, snapping his fingers to the side. A bow materialized, white and sinister looking. He drew the string, one foot sliding backwards into stance. An arrow appeared from the ether, pointing straight at Father's heart. Explain yourself, or I will open fire. He said. Father twisted his knife into a defensive stance and wordlessly sprinted forward. The enemy leapt into action just as silently, firing out 3 or 4 arrows all within moments of each other. Maybe in the real world that would have put Father in a hard spot, but here he moved as quick as thought. The feather quickly realized he was in far more danger than he had any reason to have thought. With alacrity, he leaped further backwards, continually opening fire on Father, rapidly becoming more desperate when his technique simply failed to slow down or even bother Father. He rapidly approached, slapping away arrows with hand and knife, utter contempt in the movement. I could feel the feather send a tendril of thought out, data streaming out, a message for help. Straight up it went, seeking to escape the abyss we were in. Not gonna happen. I brought in my own will into the fight, reaching an invisible hand out for the emergency message and dissolving it into its components. ripping it apart before it got so much as halfway out of here. The surrounding ecosystem easily tore into the wounded parts, consuming the rest. The feather narrowed his eyes, head twisting my direction. He didn't get more time, as father closed the remaining gap, hand reaching out again. The enemy struck back, his own willpower flaring up and launching out. He'd clearly been expecting this to buy him some time or at least do some kind of damage. The attack hit an iron wall and outright broke apart, as father continued forward as inevitable as an avalanche, completely unaffected. Shock passed through the feather's features, before he was driven back by a series of jabs I was all too familiar with. Probing strikes to first determine opponent reactions and movements. After which, the more lethal techniques would start to rain down. Father was already starting the mechanical process of breaking down an opponent. Feather or not, a meal was a meal. There was some change to the technique, since the feather was fighting not only with a massively unfamiliar weapon to anything we'd seen or fought before, but the enemy also wove in gusts of willpower with a flick of his finger. That forced him to improvise on the moves, which would have slowed the fight down had it been anyone else. But it wasn't. If that was all the feather could throw out, he'd be a match for Wrath, but certainly not against the original angry surface knight. More messages of help were being sent out, controlled and calm at first but slowly turning frantic. I intercepted each, breaking them apart. The feather was too preoccupied trying to survive against father to come searching for me, though he must have realized that the only victory conditions left for him now were to find some way to shut me up. He'd need to find me first. Another mass set of pings were sent out. I took the challenge head-on, multitasking, mutating his pings while also gagging his emergency beacons. He got me again with whatever he was doing with those pings despite my best effort. No idea what it was, even the second time around. All those pings looked God's damned identical. Cheating or not, the feather found me. Eyes locked on my location for a moment, he twisted, firing a few sloppy arrows in point-blank range at his current opponent, just to give him a moment to sprint straight at me. He got his chance and committed completely to it. That was a mistake. A pillar of metal and random data ruptured from the murky ground, directly into his path, old dust billowing into the water, completely obscuring the battle. He wasn't fast enough to dodge my meddling, slamming headfirst into it. I'd have thought he'd do some kind of feather scrap shit to dodge around, but no, this tactic had proved surprisingly effective. Father's hand was one heartbeat behind, grabbing the enemy by the back of his neck and slamming him again into the pillar. He yanked the stunned feather off the pillar, twisting him around at the same moment, before grabbing his throat, holding tight. The other hand was already midway through stabbing the feather's gut. The feather twisted in father's grasp, curling on himself to avoid the attack on his right side, and kicking out with both feet against the knight's chest plate. It was strong and quick enough to loosen the grip. Not fast enough to avoid the counterstrike, as father punched with a palm down into the ground, at the same time as he recovered his footing. The pulse of willpower from above crashed into the feather, crushing him right into the sand and mud. He rolled in the ground, trying to get back up, only to find his legs stuck with strings of data and sand wrapping like vines around. I solidified the tendrils, matter wrapping around his ankles, arms, chest, and hands, dragging the struggling prey under the surface. He hissed, eyes searching around, trying to find where I was. Father descended down like a hunter, going for the kill on a trapped enemy. "Don't kill him!" I called out, right as the knight was moments from running a knife across the throat. "If we do, he'll get pulled right back into the physical world, where I can't gag his call for emergency." Father rose his head to match my gaze for a moment, then nodded. "I'll hold him in place. Recover the rest of the archive and prepare for extraction." "What are you attempting to accomplish?" the feather asked, far more calm than he had any right to be. "You look like you took defeat pretty easily," I said. "Odd for a feather, I thought your kind was more egomaniacs with bad ideas for weapons and clothing picks." "Most are." The feather agreed from his seized location, sounding oddly reasonable all of a sudden. "You didn't answer my original question, human boy. Archives, now." Father hissed, kneeling down before the captured feather, closing his eyes in focus. A tangible weight of willpower dropped like a metal column directly into the surrendered feather, outright digging him in an entire circle deep into the ground. He wasn't moving from that anytime soon. "What are you?" the feather grunted out, trying to fight off father's oppressive strength. The man, of course, gave no answer. On my end, I quickly moved through the ciphers Wrath had given me, ripping apart coral locks and dusty archive bins, stuffing it all into a data pipe, feeding them right back to the temporary server storage prepared. History about the Empire, timelines, and any kind of junk I could get away with. Gone was any sense of doing this strategically. What use is any of that? The feather asked, still capable of telling what I was doing, even while Father's aura kept him squashed like a bug. Just sightseeing, I said, looking for pretty pictures, restaurant recommendations, the usual. Nothing suspicious or anything. Quiet. Father said, focus on your task, boy. Speed wasn't exactly affected by my mouth running on autopilot. I'd already sent out all the commands, mass opening every archive within my reach and clearly causing a massive interruption in daily life of the denizens here. Now it was just a question of the hardware doing the work before the locals showed us the door. That wasn't really Father's point though. Feathers like to chat, so I've noticed. Staying quiet and staring them down might rattle them more than throwing out taunts, come to think of it. Father really was the worst thing a feather could fight. The downloads were working far faster than normal, now that I wasn't bothering to be gentle with anything. That also meant the archive itself was waking up, irritated someone was breaking all the expensive pottery and ripping the colored tapestries. It didn't like rude guests, which, to be fair, was understandable. I'd also be mildly annoyed. Red light began to overtake the world. The mostly empty waters that had previously been silent were churning around now, old programs booting up to verify damage reports, and very quickly clashing into an impromptu war with the current generation of custodian programs. Looks like everyone thought everyone else was the enemy down here, a real mess. I could sense them probing, small things I could crush between my fingers. Problem was there were many of them, like a swarm of insects, and they were far more dumb than their currently living grandchildren. Those knew better than to mess with us given our size. These dumb guardians were swarming and biting at us no matter how many I crushed. You won't avoid capture after this, the feather said, having put most of his energy into steadying his speech rather than trying to match or escape Father's vice grip. No human has ever escaped intact from here. I was a slight bit envious of him. Crushed up to the ground with a mountain of willpower holding him and everything around him down, none of the new Guardian programs could get near his body. No biting insect swarm for him, lucky bastard. First time for everything, I said, swatting another horde of small flies nipping around, as I watched the last percentage bars tick to completion. So far, I've grabbed more gigabytes of information in the past few hours than my entire lifetime combined. Green lights all across the archive ground blinked with different intensities, depending on how much dust had piled up over them. I turned to Father, giving him a thumbs up. We're done. Time to go. Father didn't let the window of chance pass by, the world warping around a closed fist. He punched directly down into the chest plate of the captured feather. It clearly caused the unfortunate enemy a great deal of pain, ripping apart the digital avatar. The rest of the avatar rapidly began to disintegrate, too much damage. Somewhere in the world, a feather was opening his eyes to the real world with a massive splitting headache and a bruised soul. Wrath had been on the receiving end of this enough times I knew the steps happening. I could feel the machine archive buckle slightly as the punch continued through into the ground, several servers breaking down from the damage. Only a drop in comparison, but noticeable still. He'll be going for help the moment he's able to put his thoughts back together. Father said. We need to evacuate and remove all traces behind us. Climbing out of the archive was a lot easier than I had thought, especially since I was no longer bothering to stay hidden. Instead, I ripped handholds into existence, cutting through archives and letting data bleed out of them just so I could use them to drag myself up. The locals were all universally upset about this, but there was no truce possible with the dumb archive immune system kicking into gear to purge everything smaller than a dog, and at least try to purge the rest out of principle. In moments, the two of us passed through the final seal, getting back onto the abyssal shelf, the gate closing behind us as the loss of gravity returned, floating us up and away. The massive machine archive faded into the murk behind, as we both follow Wrath's guideline back home. The current claimed us, and we left no more footprints behind. Got a good haul, all things considered. Probably not going to be invited back to this particular party without a better lockpick next time though. Can't win them all. And now there certainly must be a very confused feather waking up somewhere in the world wondering what the hell had just happened.